O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The point, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. All right, Sean, you're going to have to tell me if you can hear me good, or is it do I need to change everything? Do I need to change the audio? Are we good audio-wise? Are we good? Are we good? Good? All right, there we go. I got the heads up. How y'all doing out there? Let me see. Let me adjust this way, I think. No? Is it? Maybe it's that way. Yeah, there it is. That makes it a little bit more centered. Hope you all are doing well out there. Yes, we are in Vegas, start of the Summer League. The Heat will be scrimmaging this morning at 11, a little bit after our show. Well, it's 2 o'clock, actually, your time. But 11 a.m. here, and we should be off the air right around that time. I don't know if I'll be able to make it in time for the scrimmage that they've got going on, I think, against the Wizards, I believe. We'll talk to Anthony Chang in a couple of minutes, so we'll have some fun. Appreciate all of you out there. Apologies. Yesterday, I could not do the show. I tweeted it out yesterday. If you don't follow us on social media, you should follow us on Twitter at Big O Show. And I tweeted out yesterday, we had delays on the flight to Vegas. And by the time I got here, by the time I walked into the house, it was 4:10, 4:20, I think it was, in the morning, which is 7:20 over there. So my body clock, I had already been up for 24 hours. And you know me, I mean, if anybody knows me where I am, I don't stop working. But I was just too tired to go do a 3-4 hour show. And I know what happens when I don't rest, and then I try to do a show, and then it'll wear out my voice, and then it'll drag on for a couple more days. And since I don't have that honey and lime concoction that my wife makes for me every day when I hit the road. I'm gonna make sure that I'm cool. So I said, I'm gonna have to take the day off and relax and say, you know what, we'll catch up tomorrow overall, and we'll get it done. And here we are, and we got a loaded, absolutely loaded show for you today. Ton of guests. Anthony Chang will stop by at 10:30. We're gonna have Matt Verderam at noon. Marcel Louis Jacques at 12:30. We'll have Craig Mish at 1. We'll have David Dwork at 1:20. So a bunch of things going on. And by the way, it was amazing support yesterday for not being on. We had a crap ton of downloads yesterday. So thank you all out there for the support that you give Sean and myself here on the program. I see Michelle Kaufman is reporting it's official. Alejandro El Mastro, Pozuelo, has been traded from Toronto to Miami. Interesting. All right. The 2020 MVP of Major League Soccer, fourth highest paid player in the league, will occupy an international slot designated player for the club. In return, Inter will send $75,000 in 22 general allocation money and $75,000 in 23 general allocation money to Toronto FC. I think they acquired some of that from another team previously. So he'll join the team, and his next game, we're thrilled to be able to okay, whatever. Okay, all right. Well, 26 goals in 81 games for Toronto. Let's go. That's a good move, man. They need somebody. This actually helped Campana. So anyway, so we've got that going on with Inter. I love it. Moss will figure it out. They'll get it done one way or another. They'll figure it out. Anyway, so we are out here in Vegas having some fun. Last night I was at the Morrissey concert, and that was awesome, by the way. When he did Half a Person, which is a classic of the Smiths, that right there just took it to another level. But it was fun, and I gotta tell you, Maz got attacked. I was talking to two guys that were there at the concert that I met there at the concert. We were just talking Smiths and Morrissey and all that. And one of the guys was like me. He knows the Morrissey catalog really well, and obviously the Smiths. But it's kind of a weird dynamic because there's a lot of people that are Smiths fans, and they're very casual Morrissey fans or don't know a ton about Morrissey's solo stuff. You know what I mean? And so outside of Suede Head or, I don't know, a couple of, songs that maybe were really popular for Morrissey, they don't really know the Morrissey catalog. And so the other guy knew the Smiths catalog, didn't really know Morrissey. So my wife is the same way. My wife loves the Smiths catalog, but she hasn't delved in too much into the Morrissey catalog like I have. And my daughter's the same way too. My daughter loves the Smiths, but she hasn't gotten into the Morrissey catalog as much. And it is a fantastic catalog. It's actually underrated. Nothing beats the Smiths, but Morrissey's catalog is just absolutely phenomenal. So we were talking. I said, somebody's going to get up stage and hug him. I go, somebody, at least one or two, maybe three people. I had the over and under at 3. I swear to you, over 30 people got on stage. And they stopped a few more from getting on stage or whatever. I mean, it was freakier than I ever expected it to happen, to be quite honest with you. So I was just like, I was blown away by that. I was like, damn, dude. That was crazy last night at the Morrissey concert, but it was great. And if you have an opportunity, if you're ever coming to Vegas and you have a band or an artist that you really like a lot, I'll tell you, the Coliseum at Caesars, really nice. Really nice. It wasn't sold out last night. Now it's a residency, so that's why, he's on every couple of days. So maybe, no. But the third level wasn't, that was tarped off. That was closed off. So they only sold the bottom level and then the second and the third floors. The fourth level, because there's 3 levels above the floor. That third level, which is the fourth level actually, was not sold yesterday. That was closed off. But it was a really good concert, man. So if you're a Morrissey/Smiths fan, that is a residency to really, really enjoy. The voice to Extreme was impeccable. It wasn't decent. It wasn't good. It was impeccable. Go to my Twitter page. Go to Big O Show, and I tweeted out how soon is now, which was the encore, but I also tweeted out half a person, which there's very little music. It's really, really low, so his voice has it. You can't hide it. It has to stand out, and he sounded magical last night, just perfect. There was nothing in his voice that said, "Oh, he's getting a little older," because that's one of the things that that is that is you pick up in concerts as the years go on. That this person's getting a little older. Yeah, the voice can't carry. I can't hold that note anymore. Can't go that high. Can't do those kind of things. And you kind of sense that right away with the singers. And I'll tell you all the time when I go to concerts, I'll tell you who can sing and who can't sing anymore. He was just awesome, 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 awesome. It was good. It's really, really good last night. So if you have an opportunity, if you're a Smiths fan, it is definitely worth it. I can tell you that. What else do we have going on here on the chat board? Steve Chapman is in on the chat board. Says, looking forward to a great show from Vegas. Thank you, sir. We will try. Jamie Zorrea out in San Jose. I remember going to, San Jose was, we would go out to see the Clash, and then we'd go out to a boardwalk out in San Jose when I was in San Francisco. And it had a coaster and all that kind of stuff. I forgot the name of it, but I know it's out there, Jamie. I forgot the name of that amusement park that's out there in San Jose. I remember going to it once. Actually, I went to it a couple times. Omar Lopez in. John Rouse is in the house. Big Dan 305 6193. SM Fins out in Pensacola. Ian from Brooklyn. Let's see. Jonathan Cagle is in. Steven Gonzalez says, damn, Big O, my day yesterday was a drag. I hate when you don't have shows. Radio sucks nowadays. Glad you're back, brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you. But remember, we did Monday, which most people won't do Monday, and we did Saturday. So there was extra content already in there from prior. So I'm actually glad that I did the Saturday and the Monday because of what happened on Wednesday, And next Friday might be a little bit of a disaster too. We'll see. We'll see if we get through it. Rosendo is in the house, and Gus 1388 always rocking in. Heat Fins. Mystic One Design is in Denver. Yeah, baby. Mystic, light it up. Let's see who else. Peaster 83 says, Big O, if you could only have one cigar for the rest of your life, what would you choose? Well, easily a Perdomo 20th anniversary. I can smoke that forever. But if I want to go Cuban cigar, I'm going to go H. Upmann Magnum 50. That would be my cigar. H. Upmann Magnum 50. That would be the cigar that I would choose. That would be like, man, love that cigar. Love that cigar. That's one of those that it'll grow some hair on your chest. Even if you're a cigar smoker, you better be a full body smoker. Okay? If you're not a full body smoker, and you better have some food in your stomach because I'll see you throwing up on the side there. But it is a delicious, rich, full body cigar, and my favorite Cuban cigar of all time, the H. Upmann Magnum 50. Tremendo cigar. Ian from Brooklyn in Weapon X United. Omar Lopez, Jay Gelfin says, "Good morning, Orlando and Sean. How was sunrise over the desert?" It's good. It's good. I guess I had to wake up at 5 in the morning to do this thing today because it's 7 in the morning that we're on the air here. So yeah, I didn't get to sleep a ton after the concert. It was a concert, and I did something, Sean, that I had never done before in Vegas. I had not eaten In-N-Out right when I got here. Because it was so late when I arrived, I go, I'm not going In-N-Out. I always go to In-N-Out. And when I brought Sean to Vegas, the first thing we went to In-N-Out Burgers. And last night I had to have a little In-N-Out. Because I gotta have it. I gotta have it. So I went to the concert. I went to In-N-Out, came home, and went right to bed because I knew I had to wake up at 5 in the morning to do this show. So I knew I wasn't going to get a ton of sleep. NorCal is in. He says 4:20 is a great time of morning or night. You are correct, NorCal. You are correct, sir. Donardo Joseph is in. Ty Beneficiary says, my B-day was yesterday, turned 46. I wish I had my morning sports talk, but it's cool getting it today. Thank you, Ty. I appreciate you understanding, my brother. I really didn't mean to miss any time yesterday. As you all know, I mean, Sean and I don't think there's a duo that works harder to be here every single day and give you guys consistently the sports talk that you deserve. Yeah, I'm tired. If I can't do the show, I'm tired. Did you see what happened to Santana? Santana actually collapsed in a concert yesterday. And it's when my wife told me, because my wife worries about me like crazy. And so she's always like, oh, you got to get rest. Make sure you take care of yourself, this, that. And she's not wrong, of course. You got to take care of yourself. And I could have, if I really wanted to go crazy, I could have done the show yesterday. But that's what I said to myself. I said, man, I work hard enough as it is. Let me rest here and let me not set myself back at all. And sure enough, legendary guitarist Carlos Santana collapsed on stage Tuesday night during a concert in Michigan due to heat exhaustion and dehydration. The artist team announced Santana was performing his Blessings and Miracles tour at Pine Knob Musical Theater in Clarkston when he was about 4 or 5 songs into the set, sat down in front of the drums and collapsed backwards. A video tweet of Philip Lewis, senior front page editor of Huffington Post, appears to show the Rock and Roll Fame inductee waving to the crowd while being helped off stage. Santana's manager said that he was taken to the emergency department for observation and is doing well. The show with Earth, Wind, and Fire for tomorrow, they postponed all that. The 74-year-old is doing fine right now. So prayers for Santana, who is a monster, a god when it comes to music. And I don't know if there's an artist in the history of music. No. I'm convinced there isn't an artist in the history of music. Are you ready? That has had more hits with different singers than Carlos Santana. Nobody. It's not even close. It's not even up for discussion. He won the race, and the next horse must be at the starting gate. Because somebody might have maybe 2, maybe 3 singers with hits. I can remember Richie Blackmore having 3 different singers and success with 3 different singers. You can come up with 2 or 3, but can you come up with about 15? No. Only Santana can do that. That's the only guy that writes music and says, Michelle Branch, you want to help me out here? You know, that's kind of like yeah. Here, I'll give you the biggest hit of your career. Even though she does a nice job and she's got good music and everything. God bless her. Terrific talent, great voice. But her song with Santana, that's her biggest song. You know what I mean? Hey, Rob Thomas, no problem. Come on over. We'll get you a hit. You know, it's crazy how that guy can just write song after song with different singers throughout his entire lifetime. And he's had all kinds of lead singers and all kinds of hits throughout. That guy's amazing. So yesterday when that story came through and I had rested on Wednesday, I was like, yeah, that's kind of why I did it, you know, because I pushed the envelope a little too much sometimes, I will admit. But it's the only gear I know, man. Only gear I know. But the good thing is that Santana is good and he's recovering. Frankie Fresco is in. Yes, I saw the Cheetah and Waddle talking to him. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if Sean can pull up the soundbite because we obviously don't want to show the video, but we'll see if we can pull up the soundbite for you. I don't know, Sean, if you can find the Tua and Tyreek talking, Tyreek and Waddle talking about Tua and all that, how they can't wait to see it, and they've been seeing it behind the scenes, and that they trip out on what other people talk about and all that. By the way, I'm the same person. I have been completely floored at all the shit that has been talked about with Tua. After people watched it in Alabama, and it's like, well, no, he can't make this throw. Of course he can make the throw, man. You have to understand where he's at, but whatever. It'll be fun. It'll be fun watching him have success. Kyle Cockrell is in. Too Extreme says, I love Morrissey, hairdresser on fire, seasick, yet docked. So many great songs by him. You know, my favorite song, I've seen him a couple times, so I'm all right. I'm not like walking away. Like if this was your only Morrissey concert and the favorite song that I'm about to talk about wasn't played, then you might be a little disappointed. But November Spawned a Monster is as good a tune as you would find almost in a Smiths catalog, because it is very Smiths. November Spawned a Monster. I mean, that's my favorite Morrissey song. Now, I've seen him perform it a couple times. Last night, there was no November Spawned a Monster. There was no Suede Head. There's no Ouija board. There's no Kiss Me a Lot. There's a lot of songs that I love from his, I mean, absolutely love from his catalog, and he did not play last night. But I had no problem with that because I love a ton of his catalog. So it doesn't matter to me. I got to hear a lot of songs I didn't hear, you know, from him. So I was super happy with it. Hell, I might go to Friday's show just for the hell of it because it was so good. So good. Pep022 is in the house. You got the soundbite already? Is that what you're telling me?
Account, and then I'm gonna troll people.
Wait.
Me and J Dub gonna create fake Twitter accounts.
It be so much I be wanting to say.
Right.
How do y'all deal with that? Like, how do you deal with that? Like, you see it.
I think it's
y'all at practice, but you don't want to speak on it. Like you said, it remains to be seen. And y'all is gonna let y'all on the field play show,
bro. It's just like a horror movie, bro. It's just like suspense, bro. You gotta get that build up, you know, just like all of the clips they been releasing and stuff like that. You just can't show it all,
right?
You know? Like that's why I really believe they like showed that clip of Tua on the Throwing Me, you know, just to get people talking, because they really know what Tua capable of for real. Like there's a plan behind everything, bro.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. I don't know.
What's your name, Jalen? They got a plan. They're trying to bury the man.
I ain't gonna lie. That boy looks scared right now.
He's scared.
That boy looks scared right now.
Look, answer this, and you ain't got to give us everything. Tua last year going into this year, how does he look?
I'm not gonna sugarcoat what's called it, bro. It's been him. Like he been that guy since
Alabama.
Since Alabama. Like he's been that guy. He's been the same guy. He's gonna come in consistent, accurate. He's gonna make the throws he's supposed to throw. He's gonna show out, be a great leader. He's gonna be all that. Like, so it's no real like big. I'm not seeing no big like Like when the plays he be making in practice. When
Yeah, so it's nothing new.
It's like, bro, I've been seeing,
Like,
bro.
duh.
I've seen, but it's like I'm gonna be happier when everybody else get to see it.
Oh man,
when everybody else get to see what I already know who's been like. So I'm just excited for that, for not even for me, but for him. Like
for him, bro. Like people don't be understanding, bro. Sometimes, bro, like I just like to see other people happy, bro.
Right.
oh,
I swear, ain't nothing like seeing somebody else happy, bro. Especially like,
he good,
man,
dude.
he's a good dude too, though.
Like one of the nicest people you'll meet.
Right.
Like for real.
There you go. And I've kind of been saying the same thing, that I can't wait for this. I can't wait for redemption. That we better be jamming Bob Marley Redemption Day. Okay? That's what we better be jamming out in the stadium. That's what we got to be doing. But I'm looking forward to it myself. And I feel the same way. I feel the offense hurt him last year. I feel the offensive line killed him. I feel that there's no running game. I felt there was no creativity. I mean, I've talked about this 100,000 times about play design and everything else that goes into having a great offense. And Miami lacked everything about that last year. And it didn't hurt anybody more than the quarterback. And I thought that was incredibly obvious. And when I'm hearing Tua and Waddle talk about this, and you can tell it's not a sell job. You can tell that it's like, what the F are all of you talking about? Not all, though some of you, because there are some of us that aren't into that. And I think that that's what's going on, because when it's a sell job, you see what Robbie Anderson's going through right now? Robbie Anderson has to now explain that I was just backing up, my quarterback, Sam Darnold. And then he leaves it like that. But it wasn't like he elaborated on how good Sam Darnold is. No, he was just like, no, that's my quarterback and I'm backing him up. That's it. It's not like what these guys are doing. These guys are going all in. It's not like, Tua's a good quarterback, man. I don't understand what people are saying. No, I enjoy playing with Tua. And they just leave it. No, man, they're going all in. And it's because they see what's going on. Now, Tyreek has a different perspective of everything going on. Do you know why? Because Tyreek wasn't in the mess last year. So he has no idea how bad the offense was and how discombobulated it was. And so he didn't experience that. So he's experiencing what Mike McDaniel does, which is obviously something that has a lot more method to the madness. And that's the difference. So Tyreek is seeing a much better atmosphere, a much better offense already being called. And I'm sure Waddle himself is going, okay, well, now this is exactly what I need. This is what I had in Alabama. So that's why we're going to see something completely different now. And the people that doubted Tua, they're going to use that as an excuse. I'm prepared for that already. Oh, well, no, he looked so bad last year because, well, maybe he wasn't that healthy, and that's why I thought he wasn't the player. Oh, well, no, Flo didn't call the offense and the offensive coordinators and the offensive line. Oh, no, that was clear. Well, that's why I said he couldn't play. Well, those of us said that he could play no matter what was going on because we saw through the bullshit. And you got to remember last year, okay, at the beginning of the year, for those of you that have been on the ride with us the entire time, from the beginning of the year when everybody said that it was the players, the offensive line, the quarterback, this, that, what did I say from the get-go? What did I say? It was coaching, didn't I? I told you coaching was the problem. And I'm going to stick by that and I'm going to stick by that with the 5 offensive linemen. They will prove that it was coaching last year. You're going to watch 2 to 3 of those linemen become good linemen for this team. And that I doubt 4 or 5 of them are going to be good, because I like Chris Greer a lot, and Reggie McKenzie and Marvin Allen. I think they're really, really good. I don't think they're that good. I don't think anybody's that good, pretty much, to hit on all 5 of their linemen. But I'm expecting 2 or 3. And that will be the sign of it all, to tell you what was failing was not the players. What was failing, what was behind the players. And that's the difference. And that's what's going to change everything for the Dolphins this year on the offensive side, and especially for Tua. So, yeah, I saw the podcast. It's Tyreek now, so I've got to follow that podcast every whatever it is, every week or other week or whatever it is that he does whenever he pops one up. I watched the one with Rick Ross and everything. I like Rick Ross anyway, so what the hell? I don't mind watching it with Rick Ross. Although I will say Morrissey shirtless looked a lot like Rick Ross last night. Morrissey, buddy, when you're our age, shirtless is not the move. Just saying. They still wanted to hug you, I will say that. Brooklyn Rob says, how many women mobbed Big O in the pit last night? Oh, tons of women were mobbing the Big O on the pit last night. Yeah, Brooklyn Rob. Oh, here's my alarm. It's my alarm to warn me that I haven't woken up in Miami. Let's see. What else do we have? Rock Bear is out in the UK. Yeah. Is your boy going to step down? He says he's not. Everybody else is resigning around him. What's going on with good old Boris, huh? In England and in America, we can't vote on leadership for shit, dude. Okay. Every 4 years, they give us clowns to vote for, and it looks like in the UK, you're stuck with the same crap. Greater Good says, I suffered from Big O show withdrawal symptoms yesterday. Thank you, Greater Good. That's very kind of you. Ray Vardikis is in the house. Jamie says, Great American Park in Santa Clara, which is next to the new Niners Stadium, but most likely it was Santa Cruz Boardwalk. That's the one. Santa Cruz Boardwalk. That's it, dude. Went to that a couple times. Not a bad little place. I enjoyed that. Tiger Shark Tony is in. He's out in Fort Worth. Thank you, sir. Chad is in, 90 miles from Cuba. Cigar Social Club says the Padron 45 Maduro is my go-to. That is so good too, man. That is so good. But see, Cigar Social, you'll be able to relate this with me. There are Oliva has a Master Blend 3 that I think is a fantastic cigar. The T52 for Drew Estates, delicious cigar. It's got 7 different leaves, and it's so true. I can find a Padron that I'm going to love, a little hammer. Speaking of the late great Hammer, the little hammer for the Padron. Good cigar companies all have, they make good cigars. And then there's usually one out of their batch that I really, really like. It's a go-to. And I bet you Cigar Social is the same way as I am. That, Perdomo's obviously a major go-to for me. But, I'm not going to disrespect others. There's a lot of good cigar companies, and they all have 1 or 2 of those blends that are just amazing that you love to smoke, So, yeah, I'm with you there. Definitely is a good one. 305 Domi is in. Brian Landis, what up, Vegas? You must not have slept, brother. No, I did. I got at least 5 hours in today. So 5 hours for me is pretty good. My ass is getting up after 6 or 7 hours every night. It's hard, man, to get past 7 hours for me. I don't know why, but it's just one of those things. Chad says, my father-in-law is a big cigar smoker. I'm going to hook him up. Oh, appreciate the insight. There you go. Chad says, I smoke different cigars. You and NorCal need to get together and have some fun. Rosendo says, wow, Big O, that cigar is very expensive. It can go up to $500 to $600 a box. I know. Papa, what do you want? You want a good cigar? It's not going to cost you $5. Come on, man. Most of the cigars that I talked about, maybe the T52 is not expensive. It's like a $10, $12 cigar or something. But most of the cigars, if you want a little hammer from Padron, you're going to spend 20-something, $30 for it. Yeah. So, yeah, if you have 20 cigars in a box, yeah, you're going to be spending a lot of money. That's the way it goes. Yeah, Rosendo. That's why when I smoke a Magnum, a Magnum H50, H. Upmann Magnum 50, that's not something you smoke every day. Unless you're rich, that you can do that. But that's something that I would smoke only a couple times a year, special occasions. Anyway, you want that's the kind of cigar that I want to feel like I'm really treating myself. That's kind of because it is for me. Weapon X United, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Says Big O, pour $5 of Horn High 12 for me on the craps table. LOL. Enjoy Vegas, my brother. Thank you, sir. That's well, you pick my game, craps and blackjack. Those are the two things that I play in the casino, besides sports betting, of course. But blackjack and craps. Those are the two that I love to. And I don't know if I'll get to gamble this time around. Maybe I will next week, or maybe over the weekend. Some slows down a little bit. Maybe I'll go to the tables. I didn't do it last time I came. I did not sit at the blackjack table, but I always like going to the blackjack table, sit down for a couple hours and have some fun. Nathan Noel says, how do you feel about the Miami Hurricanes this season? I love it. They've got to win their division the final time. And make it Mario's only time that the divisions are left over. So win it. And you should be in the ACC championship game. I'm not asking for a national championship because that's unfair to Mario. He needs a couple of years for that. Dougie Fresh, how soon is now? Yes, sir. Or how Maz was mobbed. Big O, Big O, nowadays flying and getting somewhere on time is a thing of the past. Amen. Yeah, Pep, we talked about Santana. You need to rest, dog. Yes, sir, Alex, thank you. Fulgencio is there. Fulgencio. That's a classic name. The last time I had a big conversation with a Fulgencio in the middle of the way, my dad, rest in peace, I lost him at the age of 51, which is just ridiculous. He was an enormous boxing fan, which is the reason why I love boxing so much. And by the way, we will have boxing tomorrow on the show. We will have some world championship boxing on the show. Anyway, so I was a big Marvin Hagler fan. Back in the day, I had the HBO in my house. And it was just the HBO where you had the little antenna and you had the box. Remember that? For those of you that are old enough. It was on TV and HBO. Those were your options before we got cable down here in South Florida. Or there in South Florida, as I'm in Vegas. And so I used to watch the fights. And by the way, we'll have Al Bernstein on tomorrow. Speaking of classic, Barry Tompkins, Al Bernstein, all that. Al Bernstein will be joining me tomorrow on behalf of Showtime to talk a little bit about the fight. So anyway, so we'll have a little fun with that. But I was a big Hagler fan. And so he was up and coming at that time. And he was fighting a guy by the name of Fulgencio Oba Mejias. And my dad liked Fulgencio a lot. He thought he was a pretty damn good fighter. And we ended up betting a Radio Shack color TV. Now, remember, I'm like I don't know what I am, 12 years old, 11, 13 or something. In those days, you'd have to go look at the year of that fight or whatever. And I was born in 66. So if anybody wants to do the homework, Marvin Hagler versus Fulgencio Oba Mejias. Whatever that year is, and I'm born in 66, there. I bet the TV. And not that if I lost, I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't really going to give him anything because, I'm a kid. But he was like, yeah, let's go. And it was like, because he thought for sure he wasn't going to have to buy. And it was a remote control color TV. It was like a 15-incher, okay, or something, maybe 19 inches, something. It was a small TV. But for me, it was like, are you kidding me? Back in those days, a color TV, remote control, that was like the shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Anthony's there. I'm sorry. Anyway, so I ended up winning the fight, and I ended up getting my Radio Shack TV, which is a beautiful thing. All right, let's talk a little basketball. Anthony Chang and our liquor split Miami Heat report is next.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our liquor split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
Ready to go? I don't know if I hear you with this. Say something, Anthony.
Hey, Big O, how are you?
Okay, good. All right. I get it now. I have to do this to get it in the headphones. Oh, there we go. All right. Now I'm going to be able to hear you. How you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing good. That first night of sleep on the West Coast is always good. It's so tiring with the time.
Dude, I went to the Morrissey concert last night, so I got 5 hours before I had to do this. That alarm woke up at 5 a.m. and says, "Get your ass up and go do the show." So yeah, I feel you, brother. I feel you. I haven't.
It's Vegas.
Did you have a delay in your flight?
No, thankfully I did not.
Good for you, dude. I had a couple hours.
I was lucky.
Yeah, I had a 2-hour delay on mine, so that was the only thing that sucked about it. And then obviously made me get here late as hell. So it is what it is. All right, so let's get into it a little bit. Some news yesterday. Miami signs Caleb Martin to a 3-year, $20.5 million fully guaranteed contract. Walk us through, because we talked about how you don't want to make certain commitments because you want to keep flexibility. Has Miami kept the flexibility by agreeing to this contract? Is this agreed and signed or just agreed?
Agreed and signed.
Okay. So
as of right now, I believe the only guy who hasn't signed is Victor. Dedmon signed his contract. Caleb signed his contract.
And Victor signing a 2-year, $18 million deal, not a 1-year, $11 million deal. Okay, again, flexibility. Where are they in flexibility for Durant if they can actually pull off the miracle of all miracles?
Right. Yeah, I mean, they still have their top trade chips, right? They haven't dealt away any picks. They haven't dealt away, obviously, Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson, a big salary you need to facilitate a trade. They're not hard capped because they use the taxpayer mid-level exception. They didn't use the big 10.5 non-taxpayer mid-level exception that PJ wanted. They haven't used that. They used the smaller one, Caleb. So they're not hard capped yet. So yeah, they still have their flexibility, right? Obviously, these guys, they're signing Caleb, Victor, and Dedmon. I think Caleb could be traded December 15th, and then Victor and Dwayne are eligible to be traded on January 15th. So for the most part, yeah, they're obviously, I guess for now, running it back, right? That's clear. But they still have flexibility to make a big deal if one presents itself, which I think that's kind of how they're operating, right? They're going to bring most of this roster back for now because it looks like the Kevin Durant thing is going to drag on for weeks. Nobody's coming close to meeting what Brooklyn wants for him.
So that means Miami has no shot. Because
I mean, unless Brooklyn comes down a little bit, but I don't know how long they're willing to wait.
Here's my point. Here's my point. If they're in a stratosphere that Toronto and Phoenix can't get to, forget Miami, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Now let's just be honest. Let's just call it like we see it.
Yeah.
So if they got to come off some perch that the Suns and the Raptors can't get to, and we all know Miami does not have the ammunition that they have unless they can get the world for Bam and then use all of that to send it to the Nets way. You know what I'm saying? And then bring in, like I keep saying, and bring in Ben Simmons. Because the Suns and the Raptors are not going to take Ben Simmons on because the Suns are on the brink of trying to win a championship. Why would they want to take on Ben Simmons at this point in time? That would be just absolutely brutal. And for the Raptors also. So, they're kind of building. I don't think they want Simmons. Plus, they're fine at point guard, aren't they? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to think of like, okay, where's the light at the end of the tunnel here? Let's be realistic now. So how am I right here that the only way you're going to get into that playing zone is by shipping Bam somewhere else and getting all the goods for Bam to then redirect it to the Durant trade, correct? Don't you agree?
As of right now, with what Brooklyn is asking for, according to reports and from what I've heard too, like, yeah, I mean, I don't think the Heat have enough as presently, like their package right now probably doesn't even come close to what Brooklyn's looking for. I don't know if anybody's come close to what Brooklyn's looking for. They're looking for a historic return, and I'm not surprised that they're doing that, right? When you see Rudy Gobert get 4 unprotected first-round picks plus Minnesota's first-round pick this year, so basically 5 first-round picks for Rudy Gobert. I mean, what do you think Brooklyn's going to expect for Kevin Durant, right? So it's to be expected, and I guess the only chance the Heat has is, 2 months from now, as training camp is like right around the corner, maybe their leverage diminishes a little bit because Kevin Durant says, I'm not going to play. So maybe that's where they start to come down a little bit with their asking price. But as of right now, yeah, it's going to be tough to get a deal done, I think, with what they're looking for.
Rudy Gobert F this whole thing up, dude.
The market definitely changed when that deal happened.
I mean, are you kidding me? Well, I mean, listen, Drew Holiday went for like, 4 or 5?
Yeah,
right? Wasn't
like
it 3
that,
first-rounders and 2 swaps, if I'm correct, or something like that?
Sounds right.
Right? And so then you look what Gobert goes for, and so that's kind of been the kind of going rate for that type of star, because you figure those 2 guys are kind of that kind of star. Well, Durant is a level above those guys. So then how much more? Now, here's the other thing that I think people are now talking about it. He is 34 years old. You have to be very careful. And he's had a couple of serious injuries. He's no longer that guy that you're going to ride. You should be riding 40 minutes a game anymore. You know what I mean? You got to kind of pace a guy like this at this age almost already. So you have to be very careful on how far do you go? How far do you commit with Kevin Durant? Because yes, the window is great for a year or 2, but you look at the back end of that deal, it may not be as good as it looks.
Sure. I mean, you have to definitely consider that when you're trading all of your top assets for Kevin Durant, like it's going to take whenever or if this deal gets done, right, by any team. Like, he's not young anymore. He's on the back end of his prime. He had a serious Achilles injury a few years ago. You're getting still one of the best players in the NBA, but this is a win now move, right? You have like basically a 4-year window, his contract, to win a title. If you don't win a title, then that trade probably, you look at it as one that didn't work out because you traded away everything you had for him. That's definitely something you have to consider when you're looking to trade for him.
All right, Anthony Chang, of course, joining us here. You can catch him here a couple times a week with our Liquor Split Miami Heat and NBA report. And don't forget to download the Liquor Split app, iOS or Android. It is Miami's own liquor store. You can get the liquor delivered right to your door, baby. You can't beat that. And if you're already drinking, the party has started, the get-together has started, the meeting has already started. You don't want drinking and driving. For $2.99 flat fee, you get it delivered right to your home or office, and $1 of that goes to helping homelessness in Miami. Flat fee of $2.99, no other hidden fees. Check out all the different options there, man. Somebody was talking about a little wine. You can get a little crema, a Pinot Noir there at Liquor Split. You can get all kinds, man, from wine to whiskey to vodka, you name it. And even my favorite energy drink, Edge Energy Drink. You can also get it there, so you can mix it up with a little vodka and a little rum. go to my liquor split, or I'm sorry, go to liquorsplit.com and download the app there, iOS or Android. All right. I got a difficult question to put you through, a difficult scenario here, difficult, I don't know, something to comment on here.
Oh boy.
Is Mickey Arison too fiscally responsible?
No, I don't. I've seen the tweets. I've seen the tweets where this question.
I don't know about the tweets. I'm looking at my own shit
Yeah.
here. In 2022, he's 11th in salary. Portland, Denver, and the Bucks are spending more money than they are. In 2021, he was 12th in salary. In 2018, 10th. In 2019, which was the bubble year, second.
Right.
By the way.
Right.
In
they were
2020,
a tax team that year.
yeah, they were a tax team. And they were 9th in 2020. They're considering he's a billionaire, and I
Right.
watch, Jorge Mas spend like it's going out of style for the MLS, which is really hard. Viola and Sifu do not hold back. They're spending not just on their team, but on other things, facilities, and everything else that's going on. I look at Stephen Ross, and he's bringing an F1 race. He's saving the tennis tournament. He's building a practice facility. I look at Mickey Arison, my brother. I don't see you spending the way you could spend. And I see a little too, it's too much talk about luxury tax for a billionaire. And I'm sorry, Mickey, if I'm trying to spend your money, my brother. Okay, I apologize, but you got more money than God, my friend. And this is supposed to be kind of a hobby and a toy, and it's a little too much of a business. Okay, and I'm just saying, my opinion, you could go a little farther. You can spend, you're telling me, well, they're not spending this luxury tax, this biannual exception and this mid-level exception and this non-taxpayer this.
Right.
So they're leaving a bunch of stuff on the table that they could spend, and you still are not going to get Durant anyway. So what are you doing? You know what I mean? Are you worried more about what you're spending, or are you really trying to win? Because before we tell Eric Spoelstra we need more from you, I need to tell my owner I need more from you.
I guess my question is, where would you have wanted him to spend this year? Was it PJ? Would you have rather him use the bigger exception to keep PJ in that 3-year, $33 million? As I just, there wasn't a free agent out there.
You couldn't keep Caleb and PJ together.
You could have if you give
Okay,
if you would
so
have
then
if you would have given. Well, actually, no, you couldn't have.
Oh, okay, well then, okay.
Unless Caleb took a lot less, like $3 million a year, which he probably wasn't going to take.
No, that was.
If you use that exception on PJ, that $10.5 million exception on PJ, then you don't have the exception available to use it on Caleb.
But they didn't use the 10.5 non-taxpayer one.
They didn't use it, but that allowed them to use a 6.5 on Caleb.
So
you can only use one.
It's either or.
Yeah,
okay,
it's either or. Yeah.
Okay, and so then all they have left now is the biannual exception.
They could use the biannual, and they could end up spending more in the mid-level and turn it into the bigger one, right? That's still possible. But then you're hard capped, which if they're not trying to be hard capped because they would like the freedom to spend more than the hard cap, right? They want to go over it if they have to, because if there's a big trade that comes. So if they're hard capped, then it basically limits their spending, right? With that you can't go over a certain amount. They're trying to not trigger the hard cap, because if there's a possibility that they have to go over that to get a Durant, to get a Donovan Mitchell.
The Suns aren't hard capped?
The Suns, I believe, are not hard. Well, they would. Well, no, right now they're not hard capped. I don't think they've used the bigger exception, I believe.
Okay.
I don't believe they used the 10.5.
No, because if they're still trying to trade Durant, then they're not hard capped, then, right?
Yeah. I mean, you could, if you're hard capped, you could still try to trade for Durant. It just limits what you could take in, because you can't take, your salary after the trade can't be over on a certain amount of money.
Right.
But just you could still do it.
20% or some crap like that.
Yeah, I think it's the hard cap is I forgot off the top of my head, but yeah, it's at a certain threshold where you just can't exceed it. So I think the Heat right now are they're trying to preserve their flexibility. So in case they need to spend that money, they could do it. B, if they would have if they wouldn't have renegotiated Victor's deal, they would have been like $2 million over the tax. It would have been a tax team, which it's not a huge tax bill. But if you can get out of the tax, if you're that close to being out of the tax, it's better to be out of the tax because it's kind of hard to explain, but if you're in a tax like 3 out of 4 years or 3 out of 5 years, you're then a repeater tax team. And then it is really tough. Like it's a very punitive system that really limits teams and what they could do. So if you can like keep pushing that clock back and you can get out of the tax and you don't start the clock this year and you avoid it, it's probably better. So I think that's what the Heat are trying to do too. If they can avoid the tax, they're going to do it because you don't want to start that clock on a repeater tax where then that really limits you and what you can do.
Okay. I mean, but the Clippers somehow paying tax up the ass and they keep making moves. And so how does that work out?
I mean, Golden State too, paying the tax, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, teams operate differently.
I'm just saying, I mean, it just, it's like if things can get done and see, here's my problem. I don't care about the tax. It's not my money.
Yeah, no.
I'm not worried about that. But if the billionaire is worried about that, then I'm a little bothered by that.
But what you should care about
I don't hear Stephen Ross saying, "Oh, I got to worry about paying this." I don't hear about Viola and Sifu. We're afraid to pay. No, we'll take on Bobrovsky's salary. Let's go. We're gonna roll the dice. They got burned, but they rolled the dice. You know what I mean? It doesn't stop them from continuing to try to make moves. And then all the other stuff that they're doing outside of the cap, outside of the team, that I'm watching them build things in our community. I'm just saying, dude.
Yeah.
It just bothers me a little bit that we talk way too much about tax when Mickey Arison has the kind of money that he shouldn't be worried about a tax.
Sure. And you or any fan should not be worried about the luxury tax. But what fans should be worried about and like just keep an eye on is the repeater tax. Like I said, you don't want to be a repeater tax team because then that will cripple a franchise.
Right.
That's the problem.
I got you.
So if you're in the tax too many times in a certain amount of time, that's really going to limit what teams can do and set you back.
Yeah. One guy says Ross spends money, but people think he's a terrible owner. The problem with Ross is he hasn't won. That's once you win, you become a great owner. But Viola, Sifu, and Ross and Moss, they have not won, but they're all great owners, bro. They all will spend their asses off, and you got to respect that, man. They'll do anything to win, and you got to love that. So, all right, one more thing. PJ said goodbye. Did you enjoy Jimmy Butler's goodbye?
That's just Jimmy Butler being Jimmy Butler. Jimmy and PJ they became really close friends this year. You could kind of tell their relationship just by that back and forth on Instagram. I had a little laugh with that when I saw it.
By the way, for those of you that don't know, PJ Tucker, what a year. The underdogs that really got it out of the mud and went against all odds, which, by the way, that opening sentence kind of tells you why he didn't stay. Miami will forever be my home in Heat Nation. I can thank you guys enough for the love you've shown all year. Though our journey together has come to an end, the love will forever remain the same. So, yeah, he wanted to be a $10 million player, but deep down inside, he kind of knew they overachieved and they're really not a championship caliber team. Anyway, Butler's response, F you and Joel Embiid. Yeah, I brought him into this.
Jimmy being Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy being Jimmy. That's all I got to say to that.
That was good. What are you working on so folks can check you out at the Miami Herald, my friend?
Yeah, today I'll have something up shortly, actually, on just where the roster stands as it looks like. The big question into the offseason was, are the Heat going to run it back? Are they going to make a big move? And
are they going to spend now? That's what you're going to say now.
That's the next big question, right? Are they going to spend? Are they going to spend? It looks like they're going to run it back. So just looking where the roster stands after really pretty much looks like the Heat might be done for a little bit, right? I mean, a trade could come up at any point, but they have They have 13 guys in the roster. You think probably your D is coming back, you would think. That's 14. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's pretty much the exact same roster minus PJ.
And we're waiting for the summer league surprise, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. And obviously, we'll have a ton of summer league coverage from Vegas for the next week or so.
Yes, sir. I will see you out there, my friend, as always. Anthony, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up next week, and I'll see you over the weekend. I'm sure we'll run into each other out here in Vegas.
Definitely. Thanks, so. Enjoy it,
brother. There you go. The great Anthony Chang and our Miami Heat liquor split report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Oh, yeah. You know what I was tapping this morning? I told you. Right here. A little AG1. And we're going to send you 5 of these when you sign up. Yeah, baby. You're going to love it. These are the travel packs. I brought about 12 of these because I need 10 of them. But I need an extra one to show you what I do every day with 12 ounces of nice cold water where I get 75 high-quality vitamins and minerals. Look, man, if I'm going to be traveling and doing all of this, and listen, I really drink this every day. You know, others could tell you about claims, but I'm telling you because I taste it every day. It tastes great. Whole food sourced, superfood, probiotics, adaptogens. They're all in there. It's the way to start your day, and it tastes absolutely fantastic. And that's what I love about AG1. And listen, it supports gut health. It's got a special blend of ingredients for your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, aging, all the things I need in order to continue to do this show every single day for all of you out there. And listen, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, so no nasty chemicals or artificial anything, and it still tastes so good, folks. It supports better sleep quality and recovery. It'll cost you less than $3 a day, so you're investing in your health. No better way to do that, folks. It's cheaper than getting all those supplements every single day. Athletic Greens, by the way, has over 7,000 5-star reviews, and you will feel it too. And it's also climate neutral certified company, which is good for me because I want to be as green as possible. In 2020, AG donated over 1.2 million meals to kids in 2020. Right now, I want you to reclaim your health, folks, and arm your immune system with the convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop, and you'll get it 12 ounces of water, and you'll have that little mixer. Get it within a minute, and you'll down it. I have the mixer right there. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health, folks. So we're going to make it nice and easy for you, okay? Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs. These are the travel packs right here. You tear it right here, wham, you pour it in, you shake it up, bam, it's gone. All you have to do is go to athleticgreens.com/Big O. Again, athleticgreens.com/Big O to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance, AG1. Give me a couple minutes here to take a break. Top of the hour. Hour number 2 is next.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
What? Oh, look.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're gonna run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you wanna recover like me, use Red Recover.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. Thank you all, as always, for keeping it locked. Matt Verderam, by the way, will join us later on in this hour. We'll have a little fun with him, and we'll talk to Matt. Hope you all are well out there. I just had my my chicken biscuit. Got here an hour ago, but I had to wait till the top of the hour. So that's how dedicated I am to you all. All right, that's how dedicated I am. Josh is in the house. GP Trap is in the house. Let's see, what else do we have here? Jesse M. How do I feel about the band Live? Live and Fuel, and that's like the same era, right? I think that's what you're talking about. Decent band. Elliot Guzman. Tyreek seems like he's bringing some serious leadership to his team. Well, I mean, that's what he's here for, man. You know, it's kind of part of it. Someone offered a gift of a dolphin hat with a whale logo. I gracefully declined, told them I would never wear it. There you go. It's a terrible logo. Terrible logo. I don't want that logo either. Chad says, pirate ships, yes, they rob. I sold to the merchant ships minutes after they took. I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong. I'll start singing it now. Howard Stacks is in. Man, you guys have loaded this thing up today. Man. There's a lot of people. See Lisa Rose. She wants to give us Ayton. Miles Deep says, welcome to Vegas again, Big O. When Tommy Rockers? I think we'll go next week to Tommy Rockers. Sean will be settled in, and we'll go next week to a few shows over at Tommy Rockers. And we'll have some fun with all of that. I don't think we'll do it tomorrow because Sean will be with us tomorrow here in Vegas. He's still in Miami. He leaves tonight, actually. Well, we'll see, Sean. We'll see if you leave on time, buddy. The good thing is I'm literally, I don't know, 7 minutes from the airport where we're at. So it's whenever he's actually on, leaving and all that, then I'll go pick him up and we'll have some fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. Derek says, Big O, I just got off of work and have another 3-day weekend. There you go. Nice job by you, sir. Wendy reporting Donovan Mitchell staying pat in Utah. Donovan Mitchell or standing pat, Pat Riley. Windhurst, Eugenius. We already told you that. Tony Jones gave you that on Saturday. When we did our show on Saturday, we told you we had Tony Jones on, the beat reporter for the Jazz, and he's been covering the Jazz for a while now for The Athletic and been covering Donovan Mitchell from day one. And Tony told you that, and he has a really good feel for that team. That's why I brought him on. I've known Tony for a while. And he told you he didn't think that they were going to move Donovan Mitchell, that they're building around him. And that's what I thought, even in the interview. You know, I'm sorry. I just don't I don't see them doing that. You know? So what are you going to do? So if Wendy's reporting that, I'm not shocked at all. And I don't think it's really that newsy, because there's been zero indications that Donovan Mitchell wants to leave. Just like the Bradley Beal thing. Bradley Beal wants to be in Loserville. He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't need, winning's not a priority for Bradley Beal. And in Utah, listen, I know what went on in Utah just from a couple thousand miles away. They clearly spoke to Donovan Mitchell about all of this. And they told him, hey, we're moving Rudy Gobert, and we're gonna, acquire a bunch of capital, and we're gonna try to draft and or trade for a player to put next to you. But we're building around you. And that was smart, by the way. You don't build around Rudy Gobert. Those days are done. We're not in the 90s. I know he's a terrific defensive player, but his offensive game is so limited, it's not worth it. And in today's game, you got to be able to stretch, man. They haven't been able to. Do me a favor, Sean. Give me a 1 minute spot here. I got somebody at the door. I'll be right back. Give me 60 seconds.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Thank you all for hanging in there. Had a delivery, so I had to, they kept knocking. They didn't just put it down on the, usually they just put it down and then they leave, but this person kept knocking. And so it was like, I had to go get it. What can I tell you? Let's see. Salute to Big O. Enjoy Summer League. Thank you, Howard. I appreciate you. Pep says, KD is a reach for the Heat. He needs a little more offense, maybe more output from one of the Heat young guys, and we're in the finals. Counting on Bam and Butler to play their best. Oh, man. What else? He gets ripped. If he stays, he'll get ripped because he left for a better team. Either way, you're getting ripped because masseuse is there. Okay. There you go. I like it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with having a little masseuse on the side. That's what I say. You guys got a masseuse on the side? If you don't, you should. You should have a little masseuse on the side. Nothing wrong with a little masseuse on the side. Ask Sean Stanley. He's got several masseuses. In every city he goes to, he's got masseuses. Yeah. That's the way it goes. So the big shots have masseuses. Anyway, so we got Caleb Martin signing a 3-year, $20.5 million fully guaranteed deal. I love that move, by the way. That was one of my favorite young players. I mean, I liked all 4 guys last year. Gabe, Strus, and Yurt. I enjoyed watching all 4 of those guys. They found something in all those guys. And I'm looking forward to actually watching Yurt here in the summer league too, to continue to build on his game too, because he's raw. He's already a pretty good rebounder, but he's got a lot to grow in his offensive game. And he's got to grow it in many different ways. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. But Caleb Martin is a kid that's got a lot of skills, man. And he's a two-way player. I think he's the kind of guy that can continue to grow. And if he can become more of an offensive player, one of the things that you talked about Jimmy and Bam. Look, Jimmy and Bam, I don't know if Jimmy can play any better than he's played. I don't think I can ask any more of Jimmy, to be quite honest. Bam, I think he's kind of reached his ceiling already at this point. I don't expect him to ever become an offensive juggernaut. You know what I'm saying? So I think you need either Tyler's got to become that next guy. If you don't trade Duncan, his ass has got to wake up. But Caleb Martin is that guy that I look at and I say, Strus also, obviously. But Caleb, I think he's got a more complete game than Strus does. And so I think he's a better ball handler. I think he's a better passer. So overall, and he's got a pretty good three-point shot. A lot of it last year when we talked about the changes and the guys coming off the bench and how people, how Jimmy was talking about how he expects Caleb to play his role when he's not there. You know what I'm saying? And Caleb was able to do some of those things. I like that kid. I think he's a guy that can really grow and actually become a little bit more dynamic offensively than Jimmy is. Now, I don't know if he'll ever have what Jimmy can do inside the paint and attacking the rim and scoring in traffic and scoring through contact. That's really special what Jimmy does. But Caleb has more of an offensive game that if he can take that next step along with Strus, I think that is what really would add a dimension to the Heat. I don't know if it's asking more from the same guys that already have, done a great job. Bam does a great job in his role, the way he is. What you and I have to stop doing is wanting him to be more than, offensively than he should be, because that's not who he is. It's not in him. He doesn't have it in him. He doesn't want to be that guy. And so what he is now is terrific. It's fine. Not a max player, but it's fine. And Jimmy has already played like a max player. He's played like a superstar. Unless somehow one of you out there can teach Jimmy Butler to become a badass three-point shooter, I don't know how you get Jimmy to be even anymore. So it's really about the other guys. Those are the guys. And the guy you signed to a 3-year contract, Caleb Martin, that has to be the centerpiece out of those 4 guys moving forward. That's the way I look at Caleb. I think he's the more talented guy out of all of them. The most upside is Caleb Martin. Steven Gonzalez says, free agency has been a fail for Pat, and if they don't land anything big, I told you it's going to be a failure. This team is not even a 5 seed in the East next year. Well, Steven, I guess life is over, bro. Meanwhile, you have a Dolphin logo on there. So you're complaining, really hard about a team, and you're going hard after them. And meanwhile, you carry a Dolphin logo of a team that never makes the playoffs. You know, it sucks that they can't make the next move to be a championship caliber team. But I disagree with you on the top 5 seed. They can be a top 5 seed because they play defense. But are they going to win a championship? No. Well, let's not make it sound like it's a terrible season, my brother. Let's not make it sound like, oh my God, it's over. No, yeah. Unfortunately for Pat, it's a failure, not because of anything. It's because of Jimmy Butler, because you're running out of time with Jimmy Butler. But, let's not make it sound like it's going to be a horrible season, my brother. Okay? Agree 100%. The Heat have players that have room to improve, have played in big games, and have made big shots. It's up to the young guys. It's up to the young guys. Okay? We do want to remind you a little bit about Blue Chew. Yes, sir. And summer, it gets hot out there. You wanted to get hot in the bedroom too. With Blue Chew, we will assist you in getting hot in that bedroom with a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets at a fraction of the cost, and you can take them anytime, day or night. And you can plan ahead, or you can be ready whenever the opportunity arises. The process is simple. You go to BlueChew.com, you consult one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, folks, you're going to receive the prescription within days. Yeah, it's awesome. Best part, it's all done online, so you don't have to go visit a doctor's office and wait and awkward conversations and spending gas and everything else. No. And there's no waiting in line in the pharmacy either, which, again, could be a little embarrassing too if other people in line are hearing you ask for what you want. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to your door in a discreet package. And that's what you're going to love, folks. First impressions are great impressions. How about making a lasting impression? That's even better. So I want you to go to BlueChew.com. We're going to get you some free Blue Chew. All you got to do right now, we got a special deal. Try Blue Chew for free. Use our promo code BIG OW at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code BIG OW. Give her the big OW, and you will receive the first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Of course, we thank Blue Chew for being a proud sponsor of our program. Thank you, Blue Chew. Jarrett Wolf says, we have flexibility to make a move midseason. We just have to hope impactful players become available, preferably scorers that fit around Jimmy and Bam. We will see. We will see, because I don't know who's going to become available. You know what I'm saying? Unless, Bradley Beal then decides, I don't like it here in Washington anymore. I want out. That's one of the few things, if he wants to finally get out of Loserville. I just don't understand that. And I get the money and all that stuff, but man, how much money do you need? Don't you want to just win? If you make 10, 20 million less or whatever over the life of a contract, but you're still making $200 million, what the hell's the difference, dude? I would at least, if it's about competition, right? If you're a competitor, it's not about your salary, but I get it. You want to get paid, and winning is not really the priority for you. I don't know. That's where I would differ with a lot of people, because winning would be one hell of a priority for me personally. That's why I would take it pretty damn serious overall. Well, what can I tell you? I have not seen Stranger Things. And by the way, there's going to be a Stranger Things spinoff too. You guys keep asking me about that. I have not seen it. I don't think I'll see Stranger Things for a while, by the way, just so you all will know. I don't have any plans on seeing it right now because then I have to get into the whole thing, and it's a couple seasons already in. So no, I have not seen Stranger Things, and I don't plan on seeing it anytime soon right now because I just don't have the time overall. And it seems like I've been wasting my time with the old man because it's not that good. It's kind of slow. Should have watched Stranger Things instead. Big O, winning also brings other types of income. Yep, you're right about that, Jamie. You're right. You win, you will get more deals and more sponsorship opportunities. You are correct. That's an exceptional point on your side too there. JS 1115 says, Big O, I was curious on what you think about college football in Florida with some of the newer football programs like UCF and FAU. Are the days of the big three in Florida ending? No, actually, they're about to begin. Because once they get into the big power conferences that are going to be forming, and I'm pretty sure that FAU will not get there, and neither will FIU, and probably UCF either. It'll be Florida, Florida State, and Miami getting into one of those two big conferences, and they will have all the power that you need. You know what I mean? And if you're not watching what Mario's doing right now, yeah, that's changed. Yeah, UCF and FAU and FIU, they don't get 4 and 5 star guys. Miami wasn't getting those 4 and 5 star guys. Now they are. So everything's changing back to how it used to be. Now, I don't know if Mike Norville will get them where they're going, but they're lucky because they have that logo, that history, so they will still be sexy enough to be absorbed by somebody. If not, they stay in the ACC. But I don't think that UCF is there to challenge the big three at all in any way, shape, or form, unless Florida State doesn't wake up. But I certainly think Miami is going to be pulling away, and I would imagine Florida also to be pulling away too here in the state. So no, I don't think that. I think it's actually going back to how it used to be. You had the chance, and it's come and gone. You know what I mean? And UCF had its chance for a short amount of time. They stopped having the kind of success that they were having a few years back. So when they gave themselves a mythical national title that they never earned. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Marlins, by the way, they lost to the Angels yesterday. They were right there at 500, man. Lost to the Angels 5-2. Rogers up and down. 3 earned runs in 4 2/3. Ohtani, 7 innings, 10 Ks, 2 hits, 2.44 ERA. Crazy stuff. Today they start against a set against the Mutts, and it'll be Daniel Castano, who's been pitching pretty well lately, 1-1 with a 2.42 ERA, and Trevor Williams 1-5 with a 4.34 ERA. Tuesday they did defeat the Angels 2-1. Sandy was amazing, but we didn't talk about it on Wednesday because I wasn't here. He went 8 innings, allowed 2 hits, 10 Ks. Got a 1.82 ERA, and Tanner Scott picked up his 10th save too. Also, should mention that because the kid at least picked up 10 saves already for the Marlins. But Sandy, wow, can't say enough about that guy, man. And then you watched Ohtani yesterday. Is Ohtani the greatest athlete to play in Major League Baseball? I mean, when you're the hitter he is and the pitcher he is, we got to go back to like Babe Ruth. And Babe Ruth is not as good as this guy. Right? Athletically, because he's obviously, you look at two guys, yeah, Ohtani might be in a little better shape. So Ohtani is, and this is who he is for a while now. Not like what Ruth only did it for a couple years, and then that's it. This is crazy, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's impressive to see what he's doing. And Rosendo, Babe Ruth is the greatest of all time. Yeah, I get that. You know, when we're talking about the early 1900s, you know, I don't know if he would be the greatest of all time over the last 30, 40 years of baseball, but that's a whole different other story. Athletes are way better now than they ever have been. That's for sure. Fundamentally, at times, I could argue that they were better in certain areas and certain eras and certain players and stuff like that. But the athleticism is through the roof nowadays. You know, it's just the nutrition, the training, everything, the medicine is so much more advanced. It allows them to be better athletes overall. But Ohtani, man, it's just, you watch that guy and, you know, it's impressive. And I got to tell you, I had my reservations when they said he was going to do both. And it's like the wear and tear. Can you actually really pull it off? And the guy has been awesome. Awesome. Better than I could ever imagine to come to this league and be able to do both and do it at an incredibly high level, you know? And I know that the Babe is the Babe and the aura and all that stuff. But, you know, when I look at the Babe, I also have to look at that era and what it is compared to what they do now. And I look at Ohtani, I look at Babe Ruth. I mean, give me a break, dude. It's not even close. It's not even close, you know? I'm sure baseball then and now is not even close either, you know? So it's just, they're freakish nowadays compared to where they were. You know, those guys are drinking and smoking, and they're not in the kind of shape that these guys are in nowadays. It's a different world, you know? What do you guys got going on here? Ohtani is the Babe Ruth of this era, as close as we will get. Ruth was great, underrated pitcher in his time. Yeah, but it was a short time. He only did it for a couple years. We can argue with that, Big O. Yeah, well, we can if you want, but really, is there an argument? Are you going to argue that an athlete in the early 1900s can compare to athletes now? I'm sorry. Not even close, dude. Not even close. Babe Ruth was a hell of an athlete, no doubt. But, you know, we can't do that nowadays. You gotta give them credit for the athleticism nowadays is just at another level. Let's see. Babe Ruth looks so out of freaking shape. And then Rosendo says that's because he was past his prime. He was out of shape. He was always fat. What are you talking about, Rosendo? Babe Ruth was a fat player. That's, you know, that's who he was. He was always fat. I don't think Babe Ruth was ever skinny. Drinking beer and eating hot dogs was killing baseball. Agree. The level of athleticism today is far from that. Of course, it's not even close. You know? Let's see. Babe pitched 29 scoreless innings in the World Series. I know, but it's all then. It's different athletes then. They're not as good as they are now. It's not even close. Yeah, 6193. No way. They used to drink and smoke on trains back then. Yeah, it's, you know. Can you imagine the Babe Ruth playing today in training? Yeah, he would. Well, Jay, that's the point. Babe wouldn't be the fat dude that he was back in those days. He would probably be in better shape nowadays. He's probably still be a little overweight because you either have that body or you don't. You know what I'm saying? You are what you are. But that's the thing. Imagine Wilt Chamberlain with today's training, right? Imagine Jim Brown with today's training, right? There are certain freaks that if you added today's nutrition and training and medicine and everything, then it would make them superior athletes. But the thing is, they're not, because they played in that era. So there's no way you could prepare yourself the way people are prepared nowadays. No one that played in the 1910s and 20s and 50s has the kind of preparation that a player has nowadays. They're not as strong. They're not as athletic. Now, are there outliers? The Jim Browns and the Will Chamberlains of the world? There's always outliers, of course. Those outliers can play in any era. I get that. But today's athlete is way superior to any athlete from the 1980s, from the 1970s, and certainly from the 1920s and 30s. Those guys did not know what nutrition and athleticism was all about, actually. They were just literally playing a game and then having fun after the game, and lots of fun too. I mean, what's this guy's name now that I'm forgetting for the Yankees? Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle, like, was drunk half the time in the games. He was hungover from the day before, and plenty of people talk about that if he wasn't a drinker and if he didn't blow out his knee and what kind of a player he could have even been better. And so if Mickey would have had the training of today, then yeah. But all those athletes, because they were liquored up, because they were smoking cigars, because they weren't taking care of their bodies, don't ever try to compare those athletes to the athletes that we have now. Whether the game has changed, whether the fundamentals have changed, whatever, we can argue about that. But we can never argue about the athleticism and the things that they can do now that they just could not do back then. So Babe Ruth, as great as he was in his era, if he is the same dude, he will struggle in later eras because he's not in the kind of shape that he needs to be in. But he can get away with it in that era. In this era, he could not get away with the same kind of crap, and he wouldn't be the same kind of player because he's playing against superior talent, superior athleticism. You have guys now that are pitching at 100 miles an hour like it's going out of style. When I was a kid, it was, holy shit, did you hear Nolan Ryan hit 102? It was a miracle. Mark Wohlers hit 100, 101, 103. Now, they got guys that are dialing it up into the high 90s and the low hundreds all the time. It's a different level of athleticism, whether you want to admit it or not. Babe was not throwing 100 plus and then throwing off-speed pitches. Yeah, of course. It's not the same, bro. It's not the same. Babe Ruth is not what Ohtani is now. Not even close. We'll talk to Craig Mish about that too. By the way, we'll have Craig Mish later on in the program, so we'll have some fun with him. Matt Verderam is set to join us in 9 minutes at 11:45. He's going to join us. He needed to pop in a little bit earlier, so we will have the huddle, the redrecover.com huddle, coming up at 11:45. And I've been telling you about Red Recover, folks. Whether it's the hat, my hat is, I did bring my hat, by the way. I got to get a second hat because when I'm on the road, my wife won't be able to use the hat for 10 days. Because I have the hat here at my house. I mean, here with me on the road. She's like, no, take the hat with you. Take the hat with you. She's being nice. She's like, you're the one got to, she's indirectly, she's just saying, you're the one that's got to fill in that bald spot. And it's being filled in, baby. Yeah. Love it. I love it. Go to redrecover.com, folks. Like Hayden Hurst, first round pick. Your kids can do it because it's all natural. That's right. There are no drugs, nothing involved whatsoever. 100% natural with no side effects. And it can help chronic pain, arthritis on your neck, lower back discomfort. Only 15 minutes daily will bring about tremendous relief. And I was telling Ed that I don't have a lot of pains or anything like that, right? Like Omar was dealing with his neck pain and all that, and Sean was dealing with his knee, and my wife deals with the knee. Well, guess what? I figured it out. I do have pain, and it's my right shoulder from all the years of lying down on my right side. So I got to talk to Ed now, and I'm going to get the shoulder one so I can treat my shoulder every day. And I'm probably going to do it in the morning and the night because it is bad, man. From all the years of sideways sleeping, this shoulder's jammed. And I bring in the shoulder in when I lie down. So I'm lying on the back end, not on the shoulder anymore. But still, the pain and the discomfort on the right shoulder has been really, really bad. And I'm going to start using redrecover.com for that. Just figured that out last night. I go, man, I need to get Red Recover for my shoulder. So, by the way, they are wearable red and infrared wraps in the market with 3 different light wavelengths to help you optimize recovery and performance. Red Recover is 100% natural and no side effects. It's great for your pets. So he's got wraps for the dogs, front shoulder, back shoulder. Kids can use it all summer long. Sprains, strains, all kinds of stuff. They're running around. Man, and how about after workouts, you're all sore? Red Recover will help you recover from it. And by the way, use our code Big O and you will get 10% off. And if you're looking for the hat to grow your hair so you can have fuller hair like I do at this age, I've been using it now for nearly a year and looking good, man. Looking good thanks to redrecover.com. So go to redrecover.com, check out the videos, check out the blogs, and live your life pain-free, or maybe even grow some hair. redrecover.com. Use the code Big O. Get 10% off. Morning, Big O. Johnny Rotten. In fact, I saw a little Johnny Rotten last night in video. I have a feeling this Thompson kid is going to be a player. Good kid, tough kid, has good arm, good mobility. Keep an eye on him. You'll like this kid. Thompson. Thompson. Oh, you're talking about the backup quarterback that they drafted. I got it. Okay, so what are you telling me indirectly? You're not a Tua guy, and so you think that Thompson is going to be the guy down the line? Is that what you're telling me? Because I don't know why I need to look at a guy that's a backup, that is the third quarterback and is never going to play. So how am I going to keep an eye on a guy that's never going to play? I'm not sure about that. You got to help me out with that one. Where does that make sense? Or is this just you saying that you think he will be the guy and Tua will not be the guy? Is that your indirect way of saying that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where we're going. John is asking, how much is the hat? I'm not sure. You'll have to go to the website. If they don't have it on the website, because I know it's on back order, it might be there. But if not, go to contact us at the top and send them an email, and Ed will come. They're so proactive. They will be right there for you. Go to red.recover on Instagram. Also, you probably can send them a message there on Instagram and find out there. But I'm sure it's on the website. Go to redrecover.com. I don't have the price listing in my head here off the top of my head for all that stuff. I can solve the problem for you. Start laying on your left side. Done. Actually, I do. I lay on both sides, left and right. I don't only lay on the right side. I lay on both, but the right side's effed up, bro. It's effed up. It's effed up. Like, I have motion. I can move, but there's like some pain right here. There's a little discomfort there. So at least the mobility is still there. So it's not stopping me from moving, but there is something there, man. And I actually need to I need to start treating that because it hurts. It's a pain in the ass. And I can't sleep on the right side very long because of the pain. So I have to sleep. I'm actually on the left side more often than not. Big O, do you think the camp vibe will be similar to spring or more serious? No, I think it'll be similar. I think they'll have a good camp vibe. Hey, everything's going to be great as long as you're winning and you're getting it done. You know. Let's see. Panthers in the old days threw an old average as hard as pitchers throw today because they were asked to max out. That's why pitchers in the old days pitched 9 innings. No, they don't throw an average in the high 90s and the hundreds. Rosendo, I'm sorry, I disagree with you on that, my brother. And they had guns back in those days. They weren't doing that. That's not true. It's not true. It became a thing into the high 90s and into the hundreds. I know because it was headline news that somebody hit 100. That's not like that anymore. Everybody has a guy or two on their staff now that hit 100. It's a different world. It's not even close. I couldn't disagree with you more on that one. All right, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welch and Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056. Don't forget myedgedrink.com. Go to the website, baby. That's what I'm hoping Mickey Harrison can go trade for the guy that brings the edge. Because I know Jimmy Butler brings it, but you better find it. Now, John and all the great people at Edge Energy Drink, they have the edge every day. And if you want the edge, you should get it. I mean, why are you going to get the other energy drinks? They've got an aftertaste. They've got a hell of a lot more calories. I mean, give me a break. Don't you want something smooth, delicious, and zero aftertaste? You go to Edge Energy Drink. Try it. It's a great elixir. You can mix it with your favorite vodka, rum. You're going to love it. Go to myedgedrink.com. You can order anywhere around the country, only 78 calories. All right, 78 calories per can. So that's nothing to have a great energy drink and give you the boost you need. Go to myedgedrink.com. Get 10% off. Use my code BIG-OW at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Get 10% off. Use our code BIG-O. We step into the huddle, the redrecover.com huddle with Matt Verderam next.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by redrecover.com. Redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All right, Matt. It finally happened yesterday, my brother. He found himself a home. He is now in Carolina. What did you think about the Baker Mayfield trade?
I think for Carolina, why not? You gave up nothing, essentially. Look, I look at it like really they might have almost gained something. They get a year to evaluate Baker Mayfield and their offense and their scheme with their players. If they like him, they can extend them or they can tag him. If they don't, if it doesn't work out, he'll leave. They'll get a compensatory pick, and they'll literally have lost nothing but $5 million this year. For Cleveland, it's a disaster of an outcome in terms of asset management. I reached out to people around the league yesterday, and I had one front office person literally say to me, the Browns showcase terrible asset management. And I think it's a perfect way of putting it. Like they turned the first overall pick into a guy who got them a 2024 fifth round conditional, and they're eating $10.5 million. When he plays against them in week 1, they're paying 2/3 of his paycheck in that game. So you couldn't have done much worse. I think if you knew you were going to trade him, if you knew you were going to move him after last season, okay, fine. Then trade him at the beginning of the offseason when guys like Carson Wentz were going for day 2 picks. Like, that's when you move him. They waited forever, backed themselves into a corner.
They probably weren't willing to eat the salary. Carolina kept telling them, no, you got to eat, you got to eat, you got to eat.
Right.
And they weren't willing to eat. And then finally they said, well, training camp's right around the corner. You hungry? Because we got to eat. And so they finally sat down and ate.
You're right. But I just wonder, if they had done this in March, maybe Washington would have taken Mayfield over Wentz. I mean, Washington took his whole salary. Washington took a bigger salary with Wentz than they would have with Mayfield. Mayfield's younger, and maybe there's even a little more upside there. I don't know. I don't know that for fact, but my overriding point with Cleveland is Mayfield, for all of his issues, 2 of his 4 years in Cleveland are pretty good. I mean, he's won the only playoff game in Cleveland since the end of the Reagan administration. Yeah. So at some point, you turn that into a 2024 fifth-round conditional. That's brutal. That is, you basically lost him for absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And really, it was more about getting the headache out the door is kind of the way they look at it, because that's the way it was going to be. If you kept him around, it was going to be a headache. It was going to be a talking point. If you don't trade him and even if you don't have him report, the media is going to ask about him.
Sure.
And so you wanted to kill that storyline. So I get all of that. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Do I deal with the storyline, Matt, if it gives me a better chance to win? Because now I've got to play with Jacoby Brissett. And that locker room knows that you just went with the lesser quarterback now. Okay, so we lost Deshaun. The locker room's saying, okay, so we lost Deshaun. Well, Baker's better than this guy. So now we got to – and you know how it is, dude. You've been in these locker rooms like I have. Guys, when they see that you're making decisions that are not in the best interest of winning, you start to lose people in that locker room. And so that's going to be a hell of a job for Stefanski to keep that locker room together playing behind Jacoby Brissett.
It is. You're right. You're 100% right. And I look at it too. I date it back to last season. So say whatever you want about Baker. And I've said here and other places, I'm not a huge Baker Mayfield guy, but he played through a lot of pain last year in an effort to win games. And you could argue whether that was smart, not smart, whatever. Guys in the room respect that. Guys in the room see him on the training table every day. They see what he's going through. They respect that kind of effort, especially out of a quarterback who's getting paid, who doesn't need to be out there trying to get another contract. Like, they know that guy's taken care of.
Right.
And yet he's on the field. And the Browns threw him under every tire of every bus they could find in the offseason, including making the commentary that they wanted to find a real leader at the position. And no one out and signed the guy for $230 million who was facing 24 civil suits. That's not a great look for anybody. And there are absolutely going to be players in that team who are looking around going, they threw that guy under a bus, and now we're sitting here and we have no quarterback because they traded Mayfield, and Deshaun Watson is going to be suspended for a length of time here.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that they decided to pay a record-setting amount of money to has never played it down here, did not play it all last year, is facing all kinds of gross allegations. Yeah, you're going to piss a lot of people off in that locker room. I mean, that's just a point of fact at this juncture.
Yeah, it's you wonder also, because you've made so many moves, it gets to a point where you're just playing for the money and you're not playing for winning, because you're looking at the front office and the coaching, you're going, what the hell are these people thinking? What are they doing? Well, screw it, bro. I'm getting paid. I don't care. So I'm just gonna cash my check. And it's a shame, because like you just said, here's a team that's won one playoff game since the Reagan administration, which was a great line on your part. And you got to get things right. And it looks like you got a pretty damn good team, and you can't make the right quarterback decision, because, I mean, all of us that watch and follow this sport, we look at that Cleveland roster and we got to say, hey, I know you guys have been a disaster, but nice job with that roster. That's a hell of a roster. Now, can you fix the damn quarterback position? Because you're right there, man.
Well, you're in Miami. Like, everything runs from the top down in organizations.
Yes,
it does. Not to stray from the NFL, but like look at Pat Riley with the Heat. That team will always be good when Pat Riley's involved. It will always be good. Maybe year where it's down here, there, transition. They will be good year in and year out. The Browns are run like a circus. And when you run like a circus, the circus comes to town. Okay. And the Browns, you're right. That roster has a lot of talent on it. The problem is, even if they got the quarterback on the field right with Deshaun Watson, there is so much else going on that it's very hard to win. There's no focus. There's no collective drive. There's no togetherness. And you said it earlier, and you're right. Like, there are a lot of times, there are these teams that are losing, these teams that have lost for a long time. It does become, look, I'm going for 1,000 yards this year, and I'm going to go get paid, and I'm going to get out of here. I mean, that happens all the time. Like, if you watch the end of the season in the NFL, the last 4 or 5 games of the year when teams are starting to really be out of it, you will see all the time guys just make business decisions. You know, they could hit a guy, I'm going to pull up a little bit. You wonder in Cleveland, if things don't get off to a good start, does that really snowball? Do you start seeing guys making business decisions come like late October?
Right.
Because they just don't want to, they have no belief in the organization. That's a real thing. That stuff happens.
I'm with you there. All right, so Baker goes to Carolina, and Bob McAdoo did not have favorable words about Baker Mayfield coming out of the draft. So now he's going to walk into a room where he knows the guy doesn't believe in him. So now that becomes a hurdle there. I will say this for Baker. This is going, if he wants to sell himself, forget about the play. Of course, you got to sell yourself, dude, on the field, and you got to be a playmaker. But I think you also, you may, I don't know if he's figured this out, but he needs to also sell himself as a person, as a leader, as a teammate, all these kind of things. So whatever happened with Bob McAdoo now, he's got to compartmentalize that and put it aside and show that he can rise above something like that. Because if he allows all this pettiness to get in the way, then he's just getting in his own way of actually moving forward. Because you made some great points earlier that, he played hurt. So he sacrificed. He showed you that he's willing to sacrifice for you. All right. Well, now the next thing is, dude, we need you to be a leader. We need you to be able to, handle the locker room and handle adversity the right way, all this thing. I mean, the first time that they just talked to Deshaun, he lost his shit. You know what I mean? Remember that? He lost his shit right away. And it was one of those where, look at Tua, dude. Look at Tua for a year and a half. He had to hear Watson. And at no point did that kid ever lose his stuff. He kept it straight. He understood the business. He kept going. And he knew he had a coach that freaking hated him. And he never lost his stuff throughout the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So this is actually a really good moment for Baker to not just show that he can play, but also show that he can be a professional.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. Look, I mean, I think kind of the rep around the league is that he's been immature. Well, he's got an opportunity to prove that he can grow. The bottom line in the NFL is, it's what have you done for me lately? If he goes out and has a great year in Carolina, he's going to get paid. Whether it's in Carolina or somewhere else.
Amen.
He's going to get paid. Like, look, the NFL is a bottom line business. If he goes out and he handles himself in a good manner off the field, in the locker room, on social media, and he goes out and he throws for 4,200 yards and 30 touchdowns, he's a 20-something-year-old quarterback. He's going to get paid a fortune. Like that's how this is going to work. So if I'm him, I'm saying, look, I don't love the offensive line, although they did draft Ike Ekwonu, who I think will be very good for them. But they have weapons on this team. They've got Christian McCaffrey and Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. Like, go ball out. Go play well. The division's not great. I mean, Tampa's a very good team, but the other two teams, New Orleans is okay. Atlanta's terrible. Go win a bunch of games. Conference is the lesser of the two. Go prove everybody wrong. Go shove it down Cleveland's throat week 1. Go throw for 400 yards against Cleveland the first game of the year and get off to a good start. And then go, which I expect him to, by the way. And then go from there. Like, I think if you're Mayfield, as frustrating as this has all been, you have a huge opportunity. Your next 17 games are going to define you. Look, I've seen all this stuff about, well, he's got to beat out Sam Darnold. Look, he's starting for this team. Sam Darnold stinks. There is no way Sam Darnold is beating out Baker Mayfield. Okay, you hear all this like, well, he's been impressive so far this offseason.
Oh, please.
They saw him last year. And if they thought he was any good, they wouldn't have traded for Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield is going to start. He's going to get his opportunity. Now he's got to go out and he's got to prove it. And if he does, he's going to be a very rich man come next offseason.
All right. So for many years, Saban has, whenever he talks about his NFL run, it always goes back to that quarterback stuff and what happened with Drew Brees. And he says, it wasn't my decision. It was the doctor's decision and this and that. And he went with Culpepper. And so everybody always talks about, well, his one failure was, that he couldn't get the quarterback. He did go 9-7 here one year with Gus Frerotte. So you figure if he had Drew Brees, he probably wins 11 or 12 games instead. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it might be right. So here's what I have for you, Matt Verderam from Fansided. Will Matt Rule say the same thing by the end of this coming season when he's headed back to college football after they fired him and they give him a whole bunch of money to walk away? Is Matt Rule, whenever he goes back to college somewhere, going to say, yeah, if you want to succeed in the NFL, you better get yourself a quarterback. That's what I know. And that's what Saban knew. Is that what Matt Rule's going to say?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I went through the exercise yesterday of ranking the quarterbacks, and I did so just to see where do I think Mayfield actually sits, and I had him 19th. I don't.
You put him in front of Tua, didn't you?
I did. Yes, I did. Tua's 23rd or something.
Damn
go out,
bro.
Go out and prove it. Go out and play well.
He will. He will. I'm not worried about it. I know.
I had Mayfield 19th. I think I had him behind Mac Jones or something. And I wanted to see look, I think he's an average quarterback, which by the way is not terrible, but it's not something you're overly excited about. But if you're
I could never be average in the NFL. So
right. I'd take the snap once and I'd be in an ambulance.
Right.
I just think with Matt Rule, what has he shown that makes you think he's going to be a really good coach in this league? And I get they haven't had the quarterback. I understand that. But it's not like you look at the rest of that team and go, man, if they just had a quarterback, they'd be great. They haven't been particularly good defensively. They haven't been good in situational football. They've just kind of been there. They've not been a good team. So Mayfield gives them a chance. Mayfield gives them a chance in that conference to win 9 games and be a wild card team. But do I think they're going to be? No, I still think they're probably the 10th or 11th best team in that conference. I don't think they're an upper echelon team by any means. I don't even think, do I think they're better than Philly? No. Do I think they're better than Minnesota? No. San Fran, Arizona? No. I don't think they're as good as those teams. Are they as good as New Orleans? I don't think they are. I would take New Orleans. So, I think at the end of the day, Rule's probably going to end up changing the dresses at the end of the year. And every time he talks about it privately, he's probably going to say, if I just had a quarterback, I could have made it work. Well, should have gotten one. It didn't work out.
Yeah, that's interesting there. We'll see what happens with that. All right, Deshaun Watson, what are you hearing overall? Because I know they're trying to talk settlement and all that kind of stuff. And I know in the end, if I'm right, Matt, the commissioner has the final say when it's all said and done. No matter what the independent judge says, if he doesn't agree, he says, yeah, no, 12 is not enough. He's gone for the year it is. And I almost get the feeling that that's what the NFL wants, that if they don't get their way this time, they're trying to protect themselves from all kinds of embarrassment since they've already been through enough already with this one.
Yeah, you wonder, Sue Robinson was the disciplinary officer in this case. And you just wonder, with the NFL, they've been waiting and waiting and waiting to make a move. And I think a lot of us thought they'd do it right before July 4th weekend. That didn't happen. Now you start hearing that, well, it's not going to happen until next week. Although with these things, it's so fluid, you never can really tell. But that seems to be the thought. It'd be next week, right before camp. I think if you're the NFL, you have to understand that if you suspend them for any less than a full season, you are going to get crushed nationally. Absolutely crushed. from every corner of the globe. You're going to hear it. Now, maybe the NFL says, look, we don't care, but I think they care about something.
Oh, yeah, no, I think this one they do.
They care.
Yeah.
Because this isn't just a football story.
Yeah.
This is a national story.
Yeah.
And they are very image conscious when it comes to this stuff.
Well, dude, it's been graphic.
Yeah,
this is the most graphic story we've heard in a long time. You know what I'm saying?
It's very ugly.
The details have been really bothersome. We've seen women physically in front of us, emotionally broken down from all of this. There are so many layers to this that if you just look at it as a football story, then you're being incredibly ignorant as a league.
You are. And I think, we've talked a lot about this over the last month. I believe, and I've believed for months, I think he's going to get suspended indefinitely. I do.
That's what I think.
I still feel that way. I think at least he's going to get suspended for the year. I've seen people say, well, 6 to 8 games. If he gets 6 to 8 games, they are going to get hammered into oblivion.
Yeah.
And they should be, for the record. They should be. So, the one thing I do wonder, that Mayfield trade yesterday made me wonder, do the Browns know what the suspension is going to be? Because, they
No, they don't want to deal with this. They don't want to deal with this. And I don't think Mayfield also is not very smart in this sense. This is where he hasn't matured, like what you were talking about. A matured quarterback says, hey, guys, I understand you're going through a tough one, but listen, the best thing is let's put everything aside and I stay here and I'll be my best and I'll do my best and I'll be a good soldier, because he should have negotiated everything possible to stay there. He should, hey, I'll take a pay cut and everything, because this would have given him the best stage to showcase his skills. And he screwed up. Now he's got to go to Carolina where, dude, now you've got to work with a head coach that all the pressure of the world is on that guy to win. So everybody is pressured at that moment right there. He's not walking in to a comfortable situation. So I think that Cleveland and Baker, they needed to have this divorce. Here's the follow-up I have for you. It's not so much that Cleveland knew about the Deshaun thing. I'm wondering now, Matt, is there a veteran quarterback available that they think could get them by now? And that's why they also opened up the roster spot, because now they can go get some kind of a veteran that might be available. And that's what I would ask you. Is there a veteran out there that the Browns can say, all right, we're not going to win with Jacoby Brissett. We got a hell of a team. Can we find a veteran that can help us keep this ship afloat?
It's a good question. I mean, the only guy I think that's out there that you would say is an upgrade over Brissett is Garoppolo. And the question becomes, like, now he's doing a lot of money. I think it's $28 million against the cap this year. The Browns are paying a fortune in quarterbacks. The Niners are going to have to basically eat them.
Well, actually, they're not. Because Deshaun's salary is minimal this year. So they actually got a break in that sense. And they just unloaded half of Baker's salary. So they're only carrying 10.5. You can't be paying Jacoby. So actually, this 1 year, they're not really that cap strapped in the quarterback spot. I'm sure they are with the rest of their talent, because, man, they're loaded. Maybe the question, would San Francisco eat a portion to trade him to Cleveland?
So right now, the Browns actually, to your point, and you're correct about this, because I forgot that the Browns, you're right. I had a momentary lapse and forgot that with the Browns, they are only paying $1 million in base salary. So that does change it. The question becomes, they don't have any of their picks, at least their first round picks. Now, of course, you're not going to give that up for Garoppolo. My point is, are you willing to give up more picks for a guy you're going to have for a year, right? Because if you're the Niners, you're probably asking for a mid-round pick. You're probably asking for a fourth, something like that. Now, maybe if you're the Browns,
you just got a 5 from Carolina, right?
Right. So, I mean, but it's a conditional and it's 2 years from now. So are you willing to do that? Do you think Garoppolo gives you that much of a higher ceiling in the AFC, where you're going to have to go against Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Jackson and Herbert and Wilson and Ryan and I mean on and on.
And by the way, let me to kill my idea right now on the Garoppolo thing, how about this? Or you brought up the Garoppolo, but to kill it all, they don't have the dysfunction in San Francisco that they have in Cleveland.
No.
They actually, and they're not paying Trey Lance either because his salary is a rookie contract. So, worst case scenario for San Francisco, they also can say, well, if we don't trade him, Jimmy's a good dude. He's not going to be disruptive here. We might need him, man. Trey may not be ready, and we can still win with Jimmy.
Yeah.
So, in a way, they don't have the dysfunctional situation. They don't have a desperation to get rid of him this year. It would be a luxury to get rid of him this year, but they could also use him as a backup plan. So that's where San Francisco isn't in the same rut as Cleveland.
They're not. They're well run. And also with the 49ers,
Yeah.
I've seen people say, well, they need to trade him to get the pick. Well, if they let him walk at the end of the year, they're going to get a compensatory pick for him anyway.
Right.
So it's not as though they're that desperate in that regard. And they're a team with Super Bowl aspirations. I mean, they're a team that feels like they can get there. If Lance, as you point out, look, if he got hurt or if he's not particularly good, you have Garoppolo, who may not be great, but he's gotten in the NFC title game 2 of the last 3 years. You say whatever you want, but the guy wins. He's one of
he can play. It just seems like he can't make that throw that you need or the injury, but he can play.
He's a decent player. So the question becomes, like, I honestly think Cleveland's just going to go with Brissett at this point. I do. I think that's just where they're going to go. They're going to run the ball like crazy. They're going to hope that Jacoby Brissett can basically be Alex Smith for a year. And I don't think he can be for a whole season, especially in a conference where you're going to have to really play well offensively to win. I mean, that division they're in, Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback that we know of yet. I mean, Pickett's unproven, but defensively they're great. And they're really well coached. And you know with Cincinnati and Baltimore, those teams, Cincinnati's going to score 1 million points a game. And Baltimore's always a pain in the rear end to beat. So, Cleveland with Brissett, I don't think has any shot at making the playoffs. I don't.
No,
I mean, with Garoppolo, they can make the playoffs.
They can make the playoffs with Garoppolo.
I don't think they can win the Super Bowl. They can make the playoffs with him.
No, I don't think Garoppolo takes you to the Super Bowl and wins it, but I think he's good enough to get you to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think he is. So I think, but that's to me the only real option for Cleveland if they don't want Brissett to start and Watson get suspended. Other than that, I think you just traded your other option. So
right, and remember, you traded your picks, so you're really playing to try to win. Losing doesn't help you. You're helping the other team that got your picks.
I also wonder too on this briefly. Like we've talked a lot about their dysfunction. The Haslams have a long history of firing coach after coach after coach after coach. Is Kevin Stefanski quietly on the chopping block? If they go 7-10 this year, would they fire?
God, I personally would not.
I wouldn't. I think he's excellent.
Yeah,
but this is Cleveland.
Really good job. Yeah, I know.
This is Cleveland. Like I wouldn't either. I'm 100% with you. I think he's done a great job. I wouldn't fire him under any circumstance based off of the situation he's been put in.
Yeah.
But could I see Jimmy Haslam week 17 if they're out of it and they stink and there's 15,000 empty seats in Cleveland?
He's stupid enough to do it. Yes.
Right. Could I see him?
I'm sorry. He's hot-headed enough to do it. That's what he is.
Could I see him saying, "Hey, it's not my fault. It's his fault." Yeah. I mean, no normal organization would even consider that, but they have a long-standing history of making rash, inaccurate decisions, and I don't think he would get fired. But let's put it this way: if I was Kevin Stefanski, I would be trying to do everything I possibly could to win, because you don't know what's happening upstairs in Cleveland. You never do.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 1,000% there. Just out of curiosity, have you caught any of Tyreek's podcasts with not just the two of them, but after with Waddle? Did you catch any of that?
I haven't with Waddle. I did catch a decent amount of it with Tua. Obviously, some of the stuff out of that has made headlines. He's going to be washing dishes at 2:00 and all these different things. Look, I'll say one thing about the Dolphins, one way or the other this year. They're going to be very interesting to watch. Because if Tua goes out and plays great and Tyreek's great and they make the playoffs, they're going to have a lot of juice. And if Tyreek doesn't play up to expectation, there's going to be a whole lot of talk about why and what happened. And he, for better or worse, he's drawing a lot of attention to the Dolphins this offseason.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say, because if you watch the Waddle one, Oh, wait a minute. Oh, can you play it, Sean? You have the sound, one of the sound bites. We can play it for Matt. He can hear them because basically in the sound bite they talk about like what they see behind the scenes that they don't understand what people talk about with Tua. And one of the things that I've gotten already over the last couple weeks from these guys, you know, Matt, you've been around this. When somebody like Robbie Anderson is defending his quarterback, it's one of those one-liners, light defense, move on. Oh no, he's a good dude. No, yeah, he's a good player, and they move on. These guys have gone deep into elaborating and talking. Like you could tell it's not just a sell job, it's what they really believe. And look at this exchange between Waddle and Tyreek. Listen to this. Go ahead, Sean. Thank you.
KD account, and then I'm gonna troll people.
Wait.
Me and J Dub gonna create fake Twitter accounts.
It be so much I be wanting to say.
Right. How do y'all deal with that? Like, how do you deal with that? Like, you see it.
I think it's
y'all
funny,
at practice, but you don't want to speak on it. Like you said, it remains to be seen. Y'all are gonna let y'all on the field play show,
bro. It's just like a horror movie, bro. It's just like suspense, bro. You gotta get that build up, you know, just like all of the clips they've been releasing and stuff like that. You just can't show it all,
right?
You know? Like that's why I really believe they like showed that clip of Tua underthrowing me, you know, just to get people talking because they really know what Tua capable of for real. Like there's a plan behind everything, bro.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. I don't know.
What's your name, Jalen? They got a plan. They're trying to bury the man.
I ain't gonna lie. That boy looks scared right now.
He's scared.
It looks scared right now.
Always look, answer this, and you ain't got to give us everything. Tua last year, going into this year, how does he look?
I'm not gonna sugarcoat what's called it, bro. It's been him. Like he been that guy since
Alabama.
Since Alabama. Like he's been that guy. He's been the same guy. He's gonna come in consistent, accurate. He's gonna make the throws he's supposed to throw. He's gonna show out, be a great leader. He's gonna be all that. Like so, it's no real like big. I'm not seeing no big like when the plays he be making in practice.
Yeah, so it's nothing new.
It's like, bro, I've been seeing
like
bro.
duh.
I've seen, but it's like I'm gonna be happier when everybody else get to see it.
Oh man.
When everybody else get to see what I already know who's been like, so I'm just excited for that, for not even for me, but for him. Like
for him, bro. Like people don't be understanding, bro. Sometimes, bro, like I just like to see other people happy, bro.
Right. Oh,
I swear. I ain't nothing like seeing somebody else happy, bro. Especially like
he good.
Man,
dude.
He's a good dude too, though.
Like one of the nicest people you'll meet. Right. Like for real.
There you go. So you could tell that it's not just a half-ass sell job that everybody does for their quarterback, no matter who you have, if it's Cleo Lemon or Ryan Tannehill or any of the guys that we've had here. Yeah, they talk about their guy in passing. They like him. They like playing. These guys, you can tell they truly believe. Now, here's a caveat to all of this, Matt. He has to be the healthiest he has been now because he's 2 years removed from the hip. He's also, I truly believe he has a real offensive coordinator and play design and everything will be a big part of this offense where it wasn't the last couple of years. There was no imagination. There wasn't any proven offensive coordinators. You had Chan Gailey a couple of years ago, but last year's group was a mess. You had 3 guys deciding a play every 40 seconds to relay it to Tua. How do you have the 3 Stooges arguing about what play to run? I mean, that's nuts. So I think there's a lot of things. I talked about this earlier on the show. Tyreek is also stepping into a moment where he's seeing maybe a real coaching staff compared to the shit that was there last year that Waddle saw. And maybe that's why Tyreek is seeing a better picture overall because he wasn't really involved in the mess last year.
It's possible. Look, this is, I mean, obviously, I'm not telling anybody anything that you don't know. This is a huge year for Tua. Like if he's not good this year, he's gone. He's got. They have 2 first-round picks next year. They'll draft a quarterback. They'll trade him. So, his talent at Alabama was exceptional. I mean, you're talking about a guy who wasn't just good; he was phenomenal. He has dealt with injury. He has dealt with horrible offensive lines. He has dealt with a lack of weaponry around him. We'll see about the offensive line, although they seem to have upgraded, certainly with Armstead, as long as he's healthy.
And Connor.
And Connor Williams, right. But they've given him weapons. I mean, Gesicki, Hill, Waddle, that's a real group, okay? I mean, that's
Cedric Martin. Cedric also is a 6'2" slot.
Right. Bring him in.
Think about it. You gave a short quarterback a big slot receiver.
Right.
Very smart.
I mean,
Very
you have
smart.
him. You have Mostert, who I really like as a running back. They have a lot of talent.
And Chase. Yeah.
They're talented. That is a talented football team. I will say this. We're going to find out one way or the other how good he is this year in a lot of ways, as long as he does stay on the field. But I think, look, you never hear anything bad about him as a person, as a teammate, the way he prepares. I mean, nobody's ever said a bad word about him in that regard. I've only gotten to speak to him once. I walked away very impressed. I think as a person, as a teammate, as a worker, I don't think there's any doubt. It's just got to be proven on the field.
Yep. All right. What are you working on over at Fansided, my brother?
Stacking the Box every week on Mondays. You can read it at Fansided. It goes out 6 a.m. Eastern every single Monday. And on Tuesday, Stacking the Box podcast goes up noon Eastern live on YouTube.
Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and catch him here when we step into the huddle, the redrecover.com huddle. Matt, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot.
There you go. Matt Verderam going around the NFL.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
Right. There it is. Ooh, there we go. There we go. A little Acura Pembroke Pines. 12 years in a row now, the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Now I got to switch this back over here so I can hear myself. There we go. And we thank Matt. Always excellent. Let's do this really quick break. Give me 30 seconds here so we can start hour number 3 that we're already in.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Maybe Sean Stanley mastering this program like he does every single day. Please smash the like button while you're watching. Very important to smash the hell out of that like button for us. All right? Got a bunch of people watching. Let's load it up and smash that like button. Don't forget to subscribe also to the channel. Very important. Hit that notification bell. You will know when we are on doing a show. And when we're on the road, sometimes you will have surprise things happen. So you always want to have that notification bell hit. Also, our second channel, Big O Show Cuts. It needs your support. Hit the subscription button there, please. We want to get that one over 1,000. We're going to have live programming coming out of that too down the line. So there you go. What else do we have? Remember, Brissett did have success in Indianapolis with the right system in Cleveland. Is a good team. He can find success somewhere else. Brissett, whatever success he had in Cleveland was just by in Indy was solely by luck. and the rest of the team carried him. He's a bum. He's nothing, Rosendo. He's a jag. Okay, he's not a guy you want. He's a backup quarterback, and if you have him starting, you're a terrible front office. Big O, you probably have an injured labrum in your shoulder. I suffered from the same injury every now and then while trying to sleep. Man, I gotta say, whatever it is, I'm definitely gonna get some Red Recover so I can put the pad on every day, maybe even twice a day, maybe one in the morning and one at night, to try to treat it because it bothers me, man. Let's see what else. Cleo Lemon is better than Brissett. I mean, it's just Brissett is terrible, dude. It's just ugh. Miami has 14-3 talent on the team if the O-line is elite. Wow, damn. 14-3. Holy shit. Big O Dougie just released his top 10 video of quarterbacks that played since Dan Marino retired. His number one was Ryan Tannehill. Mine was Jay Fiedler, mainly for his leadership. Your thoughts? Yes. I would take Jay Fiedler over Ryan Tannehill every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Look, man, Jay Fiedler maybe did not succeed at the highest level because the good Lord did not bless him with the arm that he needed for certain throws. Okay? But Jay did not go haywire. His brain did not go haywire. He did not have a lack of understanding what was going on. He had the moxie. He had the intelligence. He had the wherewithal. He had the awareness, all of those things. He had pocket awareness, everything. Okay. What he, like Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater is a Hall of Fame quarterback if the good Lord gave him the damn arm and the athleticism. That's what I've always said about Teddy. The guy you have right now with the Dolphins, that guy could be a Hall of Fame quarterback. But what happened? Ken Dorsey could be a Hall of Fame quarterback. But what happened? They didn't give him enough talent. It wasn't because Ken Dorsey wasn't smart enough. It's not because Teddy Bridgewater's not smart enough. It's not because, who was the other guy I was talking about? Oh, Jay Fiedler's not smart enough. No, dude. It's because they weren't given enough weaponry from the good Lord. Ryan Tannehill has all the physical traits you need to succeed. Scatterbrain will never let him succeed. Jay Fiedler was not a scatterbrain. Teddy Bridgewater's not a scatterbrain. Ken Dorsey's not a scatterbrain. Their problem is all physical. They are not actually, Jay is a better athlete than both those guys, than Dorsey and Bridgewater, but his arm was not good enough. Bridgewater's arm is not good enough. Dorsey's arm is not good enough. So there are limitations there. That's all. That's the only thing that they ever lacked. When Jay had to throw that out route, you don't keep him in the pocket. You roll him to the side that he was throwing the out route. That's what Norv Turner did. Very smart offensive coordinator. So, these are the things so I would take Ryan Tannehill. I disagree wholeheartedly with my man Dougie on that one. I would take Fiedler over Ryan Tannehill every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Okay? So that was my problem with Ryan, and I kept explaining it to people that brain does not process like a regular quarterback. It's an athlete processing it, trying to be a quarterback. And that doesn't work. Eventually you get burned because you're not a quarterback. And that's the problem. Give me Ryan Tannehill's athleticism and arm and everything and put it into Teddy Bridgewater, Ken Dorsey, and Jay Fiedler, and they're all kick-ass quarterbacks in the NFL. All of them. Maybe even Hall of Famers. That's the difference. Unfortunately, the Lord gave that guy the talent. He gave the other three guys the work ethic, the leadership, the brains, and we're a little short on talent there. You know, the supply chain at that moment was a little short, and Teddy Bridgewater came up and like God was looking around going, I don't have enough arm, Teddy. I'm sorry. You know, Ken Dorsey come. Damn it, I last arm. I just gave it to somebody else. I'm so sorry. You know, and that's what happened. Jay shows up and damn it, Jay, I'm sorry, but if you were here 10 minutes ago, I had an arm for you. You know, that's what happened. I just filled you in on what happened to those guys. Right there. God gave it to Tannehill, and then the guy next to God like elbowed him and says, did you really have to give it to that guy? God looked at the guy and said, yeah, charity every once in a while. And so there you go. So a little charity went on. In heaven, even charity goes on. What can I tell you? Big O, show the folks scattered brain Tannehill to remind them. Show them Tannehill Bengals moments. Giovanni says, I love Fiedler. Me too, actually. I'm a Fiedler guy. Tough son of a bitch. Tough son of a bitch. I got nothing but admiration for Jay Fiedler. Because I understood who he was, you know what I mean? And what he was overcoming. And so I kind of knew that it's remember what I was talking with Mish last week, that I never looked at the Dolphins, the Marlins as a playoff team. So the fact that they're not in the playoff mix, it doesn't surprise me, even though they are 3 games out of the wild card after this nice little streak that they went on. But I what did I tell Mish last week? I said, I thought they were maybe at best a team that's at 500 or just under 500. But if they're there just under 500 or 500, I would call that a good year for them. And right now they're actually having a good year considering their talent and what they are. This is who they are. I can't expect them to be great because they don't have great talent. Same thing here. I know who you are. I can't expect Teddy Bridgewater to be what he isn't, bro. I can't ask more out of Ken Dorsey. He could do it at the college level, but at the NFL level, it is what it is. And Jay Fiedler too. And God bless him. He had a heart of gold. He had balls that didn't fit in the stadium. His toughness was second to none. I watched that guy play all effed up throughout his career, but I also knew who he was, that he wasn't gifted like 13. He didn't have that kind of arm, dude. So I can't expect Jay Fiedler to be what he isn't. I would take Chad Pennington over Ryan Tannehill. You know what, Tony? I'm with you there too. I'll go Fiedler, then I'll go Pennington. That's a good one. Yeah. Craig says, Big O, love me some Fiedler and Pennington. I'm with you. Tannehill has no innate QB instincts because he's not a QB. He's an athlete trying to play the position. Tua is the only QB I could stand since Marino, says John. Really? How do you dislike? I can understand if you don't believe in Fiedler. How did you not admire Fiedler? How did every Dolphin fan not admire Fiedler? I don't understand that one. You can never say he didn't play his ass off. You can never say he wasn't sold out for you. You know what I mean? Hell, that Raiders game. Remember that? I remember Jay came out once against the Washington Redskins. And I'm sorry. Yes, it was back then. And he threw 3 touchdowns in the second half. I think Chambers caught 2 of them, if I'm correct. It was a beautiful second half for him, man. It reminded me a lot of what happened in the 62-7 game when he came in the second half after Brunell was like, yeah, I'm done, kid. You go ahead. And then Fiedler lit up the Dolphins also. And we're like, bombs to McCardell, bomb to Smith. It's like, who's that? That's not Brunell. Who's that Jay Fiedler guy? And yeah. So I remember that. All right, let's get into a little more Dolphins talk. Let's go, baby. MyEdgeDrink.com. We tell you about it all the time. The finest energy drink on the planet. I love it. 78 calories. What are you waiting for? Go to MyEdgeDrink.com. Get it delivered anywhere in the country. 78 calories. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. It's going to blow you away. You're going to go, wow, all these energy drinks have an aftertaste. And this one doesn't. It's MyEdgeDrink.com. Miami Dolphins report with Marcel Louis-Jacques next.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider Marcel Louis-Jacques.
How you doing, my man? You doing all right?
I am doing great, man. Trying to get back in the gym lately, so a little sore, really sore. I'm underselling it. I'm so sore, man. Like, this is the only position I can muster up right now without pain, but you got to start somewhere, right? It's just punishment for taking so much time off.
Sounds to me like you better go to redrecover.com to get those pads to get some of that ultraviolet light into the system there to help healing those sore muscles.
Something like that. We have a sauna. We have a sauna in this building, and that's really all I've been using.
I love saunas. Saunas are the best, bro. The best. That detoxifies your body like nothing else, bro.
Just feel different.
Awesome. Yeah, it's good. Saunas are really good. They're really healthy for you. All right, just make sure you're hydrated when you go into those things. Hydrate a lot, folks.
Always.
Yeah, man. Anyway, so Baker Mayfield gets moved. I know we'll get into the Dolphins for a moment, but just your thoughts on that crazy story in Cleveland, which obviously there are new twists and turns, and then obviously your buddy, the guy that you absolutely love, is one of the great quarterbacks of all time, and Jacoby Brissett takes over. So tell me about that situation. What'd you think about Baker going?
Look, man, there was a spirited debate about our Tua to the Chargers, discussion. And, somebody chimed in and said, if Tua plays 17 games last year, the Dolphins are a playoff team. I said, yes, I agree. Someone asked me, why do you think that? Like, what do you think he would have done differently against the Colts or the Raiders? And I found the play art gifs of the safety against the Raiders and the check down to Ahmed against the Colts. It said Tua wouldn't have done either of those.
Right.
Brissett is even a petulant, angry, and rightfully angry Baker Mayfield is a better option than Jacoby Brissett. If Deshaun Watson cannot play for an entire season, which he shouldn't, and Brissett's got to play 17 games, I don't care who you just traded for. I don't care how good that defense is. I don't care how good your coach is, how good your running backs are. You're not making the playoffs in the AFC North. Period. You're not. You're not even sniffing the wild card. Matter of fact, you're the last place team in the AFC North if Jacoby Brissett is your quarterback. That being said, they had no other option. There's a take from another one of my favorite people in sports. Emmanuel Akko said, mark my words, the Browns will regret trading Baker Mayfield. No, they're not going to regret trading Baker Mayfield, but they will regret driving their relationship to this point, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Because there's no other option. There's no other option. What are you going to do? Just pay him $18 million to chill at a ranch in Texas? Absolutely not. They had to trade.
The best thing would have been for both parties to put whatever differences aside, and even that stupid fifth rounder you picked up is shit. The best thing would have been to keep him for this year while Watson's out and let him display his skills so he can move on. And for your team, your best quarterback left is Baker over Jacoby. And, dude, you got a damn good roster. Give the guys that are playing a shot at the playoffs. At least give Baker. With Jacoby, you're not going to the playoffs. You're done. The season is over before it started. That really would have been the best thing. But because everything is so dysfunctional, and, okay, I know the Browns are dysfunctional. I know the owner has been a disaster. But I also have to say Baker is immensely immature. and he also can't compartmentalize and understand, because he should have done his best to say, hey, guys, you know what? I'll take a 30% pay cut, stay right here and play out the year and wait out for Deshaun Watson. You guys can get him next year. This is what's best for both of us. Let's turn the page and move forward. That would have been the mature thing to do amongst everybody. But because everything is so effing dysfunctional, the team and Baker, how the hell does that work out anyway?
Well, okay, so we're assuming that there was room to mend that relationship.
No, there wasn't. But
the thing is, from Baker's standpoint, he postponed surgery in order to be there for his team at the end of the season. He gave everything he had to this organization, and it is a quintessential example of why we cannot fault athletes for doing what's best for them, because deep down, these teams don't care. They do not care. It is a business, and you are an expendable asset, and that is exactly what they treated Baker Mayfield as you know, he's not a world beater. He's not a superstar. Can he be a little annoying? Can he yap too much? Yeah, sure. Of course. But I think he talks too much based on the standard that we have set for NFL quarterbacks, that we expect to be buttoned up and professional. And Matt Ryan is like, that's the shining example of what I think the expectation of a quarterback is. Bland, boring, to the point, professional, buttoned up, nice suit when you see him. Baker's not that. And I think we're in a new generation where quarterbacks are kind of shying away from that, you know, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, original Tom Brady, Matt Ryan-esque, you know, where you're boring. You're there. You're a spokesman for the team, basically. And Baker wasn't that.
We have Tua. He's that.
Tua is shying away from that. If Tua talks like he did this spring, then
that's the only thing Tua's talking and responding about is shots at him, not anything else. He's not going to give you anything juicy about any other players or the team, or he's not going to take on his coach or his owner or the media or whatever. He's not going to be any confrontational in any way, shape, or form like Baker Mayfield is.
Probably, but either way, I'm getting off track here. I think Baker did everything he could for that organization, and they immediately repay him by giving the largest guaranteed contract in NFL history to a man who, because of his behavior, alleged behavior, I don't know if I can still say behavior, so alleged behavior, might never play again. He might get an indefinite suspension. He might not play anymore. So like the disrespect, I understand Baker's point. I wouldn't want to go back either. If ESPN took me off the Dolphins beat for, let's say, somebody who was, I have a name in mind, but I don't want to drag him right now, for somebody who was fired disgracefully within the past 2 years. And then because of his actions, he was suspended. And they tried to come back to me and said, hey, Marcel, would you mind covering the Dolphins just one more year while this guy gets his stuff together, gets his suspension served? And then after that, you know, you're off to good luck. Good luck to you. Best. We wish you the best. I'm like, you got me. And then 4-letter words I'm not allowed to say on air. Up. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I can't.
By the way, you can say you're fucked up. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I can't blame Baker for not wanting to go play for these people. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get me the fuck out of here. That you got. That's
hey, all right, yeah.
So no, man. But the Browns had no other option but to get rid of him, but to trade him. They recoup a 5th round pick, which Andrew Berry's a good evaluator of talent. Who knows what he'll be able to do with that 5th round pick? But most importantly, they're off the hook. I think it's about $8 million. They're only paying $10.5 million for Baker this season. So there's the Cleveland angle. From Carolina's angle, does he move the needle over Sam Darnold? Bucky Brooks from NFL Network had a great point yesterday.
I would rather have him over Sam Darnold. I've never been a Sam Darnold guy from his USC days. He's a turnover machine, dude. And that scares me. Whereas Baker Mayfield will make mistakes, but this guy gets flustered completely, and he starts to do shit that you're like, what are you doing? Where are you throwing?
And go straight. No, what I'm saying is does he move the needle?
No.
Like, a better quarterback? Yeah, I think he's a better player. Does he move the needle? Does he make Carolina any more of a threat in the NFC?
It's a desperation move. It's a desperation move. That's all it is.
Only saving grace is that the NFC is quarterback weak right now.
Yeah, it's just a coach that's desperate and has no choice and has to make a quarterback move for anything that he can. It's Nick Saban getting Gus Frerotte. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's just somebody trying to get another arm to save his ass. I had Matt Verderame on earlier, and I asked him, I said, is Matt Rule going to say a couple of years from now when he's coaching in college again, and he's going to sit back and they're going to ask him about his NFL days, and he's going to do the same thing Saban does to people. Well, you better make sure you get that quarterback position fixed, because if you don't, you won't last in the NFL. And that's his whole thing about, Breeze and Culpepper and all that, and how that became the difference in him staying in the NFL or not. And really, that's all this is. This is a desperate coach that can't find a QB, and this is a Hail Mary for him to see if that works. That's what
there's a tweet around right now. I think it's got somewhere around 10,000 likes, but just chronicling the Panthers' decision at quarterback over the past few years. Cut Cam. I think it was trade for Teddy, or cut Cam, sign Teddy, trade for Darnold, cut Teddy, sign Cam again. Like, then what? Trade for Baker now too. Like, they're just dog pedaling in mediocrity right now. That's all they're doing. They're wading through average waters, and it's going to get Matt Rule fired.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's unfortunate because there's talent around that team. There's talent at the skill positions. I mean, Roddy Anderson and DJ Moore were 1,000 receivers 2 years ago. Christian McCaffrey is 1,000 type of back. He can get you 4 digits on the ground or through the air. That defense is young, but there's a lot of athleticism, a lot of talent, a lot of promise at all 3 levels. Like, there are the pieces are there for Carolina to be good. That's why they were going so hard after Deshaun Watson. It's because of that desperation that they didn't care who they were getting, like the person they were getting. They wanted the quarterback. They wanted a difference maker. So I don't know, man. I think their best bet was probably just eat it for another year from an organizational standpoint. Eat it for another year and go grab CJ Stroud or Bryce Young or Van Dyke or whatever quarterback's going to pop up that we probably haven't even heard of or are talking about this year, because there's always 1 or 2. Go grab a difference maker in a better quarterback class next year, rather than bet your job on Baker. But if David Tepper told Matt Rule, look, dog, you're out if y'all suck this year, I don't have time for this. I fired Ron Rivera. I'm trying to win. So, the Panthers are in an unenviable situation. I personally am glad I do not cover that dumpster fire anymore. I would rather cover the Bills or Dolphins. Like, I'm happy with the career trajectory from there.
Well, come on, but Carolina has the number 1 and number 3 picks of the draft together now on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they could throw both of them on the field at the same time and run a couple trick plays, screen pass to Baker, who throws it downfield. I don't know, man. Figure something out. You got
disaster.
I can't even say you have good quarterback. You don't. You have 2 super mid quarterbacks, and then what is it? PJ Walker there at third string, who, I mean, the shortest leash I have ever seen in my 5 years covering the league.
Yeah,
the shortest leash. Remember that when Rule bench Cam, Walker comes and throws an interception on his second pass, and then he's like, "Never mind, you're not ready for this." Like, that was the. Woo.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I love watching PJ in the was it XFL? I think it was
one of them. AA.
Yeah, because the USFL just played. It was the XFL, and they played 2 years ago, and I thought he was a lot of fun to watch, man. But again, he's young and raw, and so yeah, it was one of those that you're going to have to, if he's ever going to have any light of day to become a backup or something, you were going to have to give him reps and you were going to have to be patient. But yeah, that place is a mess. All right, on the Dolphins
I forgot
side,
they drafted Matt Corral too. They drafted a quarterback. Y'all are right.
Yeah.
They drafted a quarterback. So yeah, man, like they're scrambling.
Yeah, and that kid, obviously, in that situation, to put him in there right away, that's going to be crazy. You want to bring him along slowly too. But if it's dysfunctional and it's not working, it's not a good environment for Matt either. You know what I mean? That's actually not good. All right, on the Dolphins side, anything going on? What do we hear as we get closer to training camp?
What do we hear? Man, there is peace and serenity. That's what we hear. I know it's been a tumultuous offseason. I know there's been lawsuits and coaching searches and trades and they have been as in the mix as any team in the drama hurricane this offseason. But it's calm right now. The roster is set, or as set as it's going to be. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Their biggest need is time. I just did an article with our other AFC East reporters trying to decide, who is best equipped to dethrone the Buffalo Bills. We went through each of our team's biggest needs. Miami's biggest need is time. They've got the players. They've got their lineups more or less set. I mean, there's going to be some jockeying here and there, but you know what you're getting on this defense. You know what you're getting on this offense as far as, who your starters are going to be. They just need time to not second guess themselves mid-play. They need time for these plays, this system, these schematics to become second nature. That's not going to happen over the course of one spring or, 12 summer or spring practices. They need to be getting together. They need to be in their playbooks. They need to be on FaceTime, on the field together, whatever. They need to be together in this dead period between mini camp and training camp so that they can hit training camp running. And by the time these joint practices come around, it's not going to be embarrassing. And we're not going to be tweeting and talking about, oh, my God, they just got dominated by Philadelphia. Tom Brady made them look like a JV team. No, they need to have their you-know-what together. So that's where the Dolphins are at right now. There's no secret moves coming. I don't think there's anything big on the horizon. Like I said, they've got their roster together. We know what we're going to see on defense. Based on the value of their trades and signings, we know what we're going to see on offense. They just need to know what they're doing when they hit the field.
Injuries, are there any concerns going into training camp injury-wise outside of Mostert?
I think Teron Armstead should be ready for training camp. He obviously had knee surgery in January. He spent this offseason on the sideline, but looks great. When you look at his workout videos, when you see him in person, the guy is incredibly in shape. He'll be ready to go. No more, I can't say the name. No more not Teron Armstead at left tackle when the Dolphins take the field.
Any truth that you were bragging in the media room that you can beat Teron Armstead in an arms battle and you can bring him down? Is that true?
I think I could use my leg and still lose, man. The guy is he'll
break your leg, bro. He'll break your leg.
He's very big. I laugh all the time because, I hate seeing people in public. I hate seeing men in public and like large black men specifically and thinking, oh, there's an athlete. Oh, that's an NFL player. Right. But there's big and then there's NFL big. If you see Teron Armstead in person, he said he could have a bag over his face and you're like, that man plays in the NFL.
And you know what, dude? And we are so we stereotype black men like that all the effing time. Unless he's like really old and really fat, out of shape, then we say, oh, yeah, no, he's that. But if you're tall and black, you're like, that's got to be an athlete. That's got to be a pro player. We do that automatically.
It's crazy. Look, man, like I'm not the biggest person in the world, but I'm not exactly small either. I'm probably about 6'1", 6'2", 215 pounds. There's periods of my life, especially in Buffalo.
You're not even a jockey.
Especially Buffalo. No, especially Buffalo and Charlotte, man, where it was like, oh, who do you play for? Oh, do you play for the Hornets? Oh, did you just get signed? I used to pull up to the stadium in Buffalo, man, for COVID testing last year. And maybe second or third test, the woman says, so what number are you? And I'm thinking like, oh, she asking for my number? Like, this is weird, bro. It's 8:30 in the morning. I'm about to get my nose swabbed. Don't do all that. And I was like, I don't know. And I'm like studying. She's like, yeah, what number are you out there? I'll look for you on the field. I was like, oh shit, that's what you meant. No. I had to tell Bill's PR. I was like, you guys,
you're not big enough to be a player, and you're too big to be a jockey. So I don't understand that. What's going on there?
No, hey, look,
they didn't read you right.
I can maybe pass for a receiver or a safety. Like I'm big enough to maybe pass there, but I was like, I told Bill's PR, you have to check your security because one day you're just gonna see me inside the facility hanging out because they let me keep going. They kept pointing me in this direction, and I just didn't say no.
Did you see fake Klay Thompson?
Yeah, that kid went to Arizona State, man. He's been doing that shtick for like 6-7 years.
I know, but did you see what he pulled off in the finals? That he went all the way up. He went to the practice court and everything.
And now he's banned for life.
Right.
So I mean, like
that was so stupid because he actually had a little niche with the whole community, with the team and all that, and he effed it all up just to go shoot on a court. Like that's something, brother. So for a couple minutes you got a bunch of hits, and then after that you ruined your entire relationship with the team. Steve Kerr was mentioning him in press conferences. I mean, dude.
Not just that, but I think he spent 10 grand on tickets as well, and they did not refund those. So you played yourself super hard.
But everybody was having fun with you, dude. You should have kept rolling with it. I bet people were buying your ass drinks and stuff for the hell of it, just to have some fun. Man. Now you become the idiot by doing that. That part I just don't get. All right, so what are you working on ESPN as you get our Dolphin Nation prepared for the 2022 season?
Yeah, my podcast with Mina just dropped. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. If you haven't listened to that, go check out the Mina Kimes show. One of the cooler moments in my career. You know, I've been on the show a few times, but I mean, we literally just talked for about an hour about the AFC East, man. She's one of the smartest minds in football, and it shows. So go check out the Mina Kimes show. Beyond that, man, it's features. It's making sure I know, I know what stats to find, how to find them, where to find them quickly so that I'm clicking on all cylinders too. You know, I got to hit the ground running as well come July 26th. So it's a lot of refresher. Going to start watching a little film from last year as well, run through the games that I can stomach. It's not really, there's no real point in something this offense
now.
Last year. Yeah. So I'm going to try not to punish myself too much, but specifically I do want to see, I do want to watch, from basically week 8 on that Buffalo game on, because that first half is when the defense started to kind of put it together, and then it really shined from there on out. And so I would love to see what the change is there. If I can discern one of the changes there. The team is kind of tight-lipped about it when we used to ask, but it's not like I got time to do anything else, right? It's not like anything else is occupying my space. So
yeah, you had enough vacation and slacking around. It's time to get to work, buddy.
I got one more vacation coming up in a couple weeks. Just headed up to Orlando. So and then I get back maybe a day or two before training camp. So it's just one more sweet release, and then back at it for the next, what is it, until January, maybe February?
No. February something is after the Super Bowl. You'll be covering the parade and everything. So you'll be busy to mid-February or something like that with the Dolphins.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Well, you don't want to cover the parade? That's fine.
Where is the Super Bowl this year? Is it in Vegas?
Arizona, we're going. Dolphins. I don't know who else from the NFC plans to be there, but I know the Dolphins are going to be there in the Super Bowl. Tua's going to be leading them to the Super Bowl. I don't know about what other teams plan, but we'll see. I don't know what Marcel Louis-Jacques is planning, because apparently he doesn't know he's covering a Dolphin Super Bowl parade.
Arizona, man. That's
You're slacking, bro.
That's a lot of traveling, man. That's a lot of travel.
2023, you're covering a Dolphin Super Bowl parade, bro.
Where would the parade be? Where can it just be down
Biscayne Boulevard for half the parade, and then they'll do another one in Broward, and then that's it.
I was about to say, if it's on Biscayne, that'd be perfect, man. I live like a block away.
You'll get it. You'll get your Biscayne Boulevard one.
Right over near MacArthur,
yeah, leading up to maybe City Hall or something like that, and then because they'll do it opposite away from the heat, is what they'll do. That's what it'll be a little different. They'll go down Biscayne and then turn up Flagler up to the city hall or wherever the hell that thing is, and then park their asses there. That's probably what they'll do. And then they'll do something in Broward. So be ready.
Broward one, but the Biscayne one, I'm there.
There you go. Be ready. Dolphin parades coming your way. Okay. Follow him on Twitter at Marcel_Louis Jacques. More importantly, order a little Edge energy drink wherever you're at in the country. Get 10% off. Use the code BIG. Oh, delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. The best energy drink on the planet. Marcel, we will catch up next week, my friend. Thank you.
See you Monday.
You got it. There you go. Marcel Louis Jacques.
You now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
Bird Road, pots and pans. I could see pots and pans on Bird Road. That's for sure. This town would be crazy if actually that would happen. All right, let's get ready for hour number 4 on the program. We do a little work on this show. That's for damn sure. Craig Mish is ready to go. He was supposed to be on with us yesterday, but with my crazy travels and everything and worn out, we didn't do the show yesterday. So we're back, and we're doing a little longer show than normal. So there we go. Craig Mish. And we step into the batter's box, the Welt and Rheaume batter's box with Craig Mish is next.
Welt and Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt and Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welt and Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
The myth, the legend, as we talk a little baseball, because baseball has been very, very good to me. So let me ask you something, because we just had Ohtani come into town and pitch a gem, obviously, for his side overall. Is Ohtani the greatest athlete ever in baseball history?
Well, I mean, Bo Jackson, I think we'd have to consider him, right?
Yeah, but he's only a one-way player. I may consider Bo Jackson the greatest athlete of all time, but I'm saying this guy, you know, he's going to do what Babe Ruth only did for a couple of years. He's going to do it for the remainder.
Just in baseball, yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just baseball only. Are we watching? Because we all know. Look, Mish, dude, we can stand on the old man on the lawn shit, and we can talk about how baseball was more complete, and they can bunt and hit the opposite fields, and they used to steal bases and used to manufacture more runs, and it was more of a complete game. Yada yada yada. We can do all that. We can do all that. But the bottom line is the athletes are better now.
Of course.
They're better in football. They're better in basketball. They're better in baseball. Fundamentally, maybe hitters were better in other times and now, or whatever you want to argue that, or in basketball or whatever. That's fine. We can argue all of that. But athletes are at their peak nowadays than ever because of nutrition, training, medicine. Everything is so much more modern. We understand the body. We understand all of that. So having said all that, we look at Babe Ruth, and he was, not a guy that was in shape. Ohtani, he's in shape, and he's doing what Babe Ruth is doing, but he's going to do it for a lot longer time. So does this make Ohtani the greatest athlete we've ever seen in baseball history?
It feels like that's the case. Yeah, I don't see why not. I think he's the MVP every year he plays, Orlando. I don't think there's any question about that.
Right.
He's doing things that no one else has done. It's kind of funny, though. Aaron Judge is the favorite to win the MVP, but, I guess that's just kind of people getting tired of giving the same people the same award. I think we saw that maybe in the NBA. A lot of people thought that Jokic wouldn't win back-to-back MVPs, but he was the best. As long as Ohtani's doing what he's doing, there's no question that he is the best athlete. I mean, he can run, too. He stole a base the other day, too. I can't run out of great things to say about him. Quite frankly, and I was just on my other show. I could ask you this. It's like, let's say, Orlando, you and I are doing this conversation 5 years ago, and I tell you that there's going to be a player in Major League Baseball that's going to
shot
that he's going to pitch and he's going to be hit and he's going to hit and he's going to be very good at it. Is he the MVP of the league? You'd say yes. Every single season he does.
Right.
He is.
Because I know. By the way, what he's doing now, when I heard it, he's not going to do it. Get the hell out of here.
Right.
They'll make him either pitch or hit, but he ain't doing both. There's no way he's putting his body through that and he's going to survive. And sure enough, it was breaking down early on. So
it was,
idiots like me were like, you see what I told you? I told you, you can't do this. You can't do this. Well, guess what? He's doing it, and he's doing it at the highest level possible. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching him pitch the other night. I'm like, this effing guy. And it's not like everything he does is natural. It doesn't look like he's adjusting at the plate and trying to be a great hitter. No, it comes like it's normal to him. And when he comes out on the mound, it's just normal to him.
Yep.
And it's impressive, dude. It's impressive.
What the craziest thing of all? I mean, I guess for some reason I didn't realize this until this series because, again, I'm there for batting practice. He doesn't take batting practice, Orlando. He does not take batting practice.
Okay, wear and tear, bro. Wear and tear.
I know, but he just runs into the game and gets a hit.
Well, but he has to take a little bit of BP under the away from everybody, probably a couple warm-ups.
Cages.
Yeah, in the cages underneath, he probably does a little bit of that just because you got to stretch it out, of course.
Yes.
Before you go out there.
But I mean,
so I'm sure he does a little bit of that, but that is amazing. That is a great nugget there. I never knew that he doesn't.
I didn't until I didn't see him on the field. I'm like, wait, what? He doesn't take BP? They're like, no. I'm like,
well, you think about it. We always talk about the home run derby thing, taking people out of whack, and because it is an energy draining type of exercise that people don't realize. We're all having fun watching him jack, but bro, jack after jack after jack after jack. At the end of that run, you're like, and if you made a deep run in the home run derby, you're like,
right.
you're spent, dude. And then it kind of takes people out of whack sometimes, and we've seen that it's affected their game after that. So for him to be, again, it shows how special he is. And then here's the flip side to all of this. Why wasn't it tried before? Why is it? Do we have any American players that are trying to do this now? You know what I mean? Because Steph Curry came to the league and started shooting 45-foot three-pointers.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, Trae Young and others said, we can do it too. And now there's all kinds of players that are shooting 32-footers. So is Ohtani starting something?
I don't know that he is. There's a player on Tampa Bay. He's been hurt for the last couple of years. His name is Brendan McKay. He's a pitcher and a hitter. Not a lot of awareness for the player, but when he was first coming up as a top prospect, he was thought to be maybe not Ohtani, but in a similar vein where he could pitch some games and hit some games. So I don't know. Just in this day and age, Orlando, of youth baseball and sort of the way things are headed, you kind of only are given opportunity to do one or the other.
Right.
So I don't know that we will see that.
But he's got to inspire somebody. He's going to inspire a couple people to do this. It's going to happen. By the way, you mentioned it. I was going to ask at the end, but I'll mention it now. Segue right into it. Are you expecting Hank Steinbrenner to pay Judge the money? Because obviously he already turned down one deal. So you tell me. Is he gonna pay
I mean,
it's going to be.
Yeah.
What number are we looking at here?
I mean, will it be 400? I don't think so. I think it'll be in the high 300s.
10 years?
Maybe close to it. Yeah, I think the Yankees will match any offer, but the question is where will he want to play? It feels like in a way this will play out like Freddie Freeman, and he'll just have to make the decision as to where he wants to play. But I would expect the Yankees to match or beat any offer.
I've had this damn fly in this house since yesterday.
How's
Can't get rid
Vegas?
of him. Vegas is great. I went to Morrissey last night.
Oh, nice.
At the Coliseum, and he was phenomenal. He sounded great. So I got in late the night before, and I was all messed up, dude. I got here when I walked into the house. It was like 4:10, 4:20 in the morning, which is body clock means it's 7:10, 7:20 Miami time. So I've been up for 24 hours, and I'm like, no, there's no way I'm doing a show in a couple hours.
Did you go just for the concert, or was there?
No, I'm out here for the NBA Summer League. I'm out here to cover the whole. We're out here for 10 days to cover all that stuff. So, but at the same, you know me, if there's a show to go to, I got to find a show to go to. You know what I'm saying?
I know you very. Yeah, I'll be out that way. I'll be in Los Angeles, but I'm going to the All-Star game. I leave next Friday.
All right, so I'm asking you all these kind of questions. Will Ohtani start something? Is he the greatest athlete? Will they pay Judge? Will Sandy Alcantara end his career, or at least play 12, 14 years with the Marlins? Because
14? That's a big number.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a majority of his career, where like Zach and Jason Taylor, like left for like the last year or two of their deals, like somewhere, that kind of deal, that they played most of their career. I would love for him to retire here because, I've been saying this for years. I give the ownership for the Panthers a lot of credit, this ownership group, because Huberdeau, Barkov, and Ekblad, I know they have to accomplish shit, but still, kids are growing up with those three guys to identify with them for the last 7, 8, 9 years, and probably they'll be here for another 5, 7, 8 years. So they'll have a double-digit career, and they'll retire here, and they'll get their numbers elevated, and they have all of that. We need that for the Marlins, bro. That's what I thought was going to happen with the Stan contract. I remember having Dave Hyde on, and I said, Dave, I'm really excited about this because this finally means that maybe we keep a player here forever. And Stanton is a guy that has a chance to put up the kind of numbers that he can go to the Hall of Fame and be the first Marlin into the Hall of Fame and all those. I think it's so important, dude. As a kid, I grew up with Mike Schmidt being in third base every year. So, that's what made me a Phillies fan, and so I think it's so important for us to have these players to be able to identify for years to come, for a generation to grow up with. And I would love for kids to grow up with Sandy throughout his whole career, because that's how you develop a real following. So that's why I ask you, is this the ownership group that's going to keep players around like Sandy for their entire careers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a complicated answer to that because of a number of different reasons. I sort of disagree in a way with the notion of like having the key guys. I just don't think that that's a model for baseball. I think that
you think it's important for Angel fans to grow up with Trout?
They've
Angel fans to grow up with, or Yankee fans to grow up with Judge?
They've won nothing. What have the Angels won? If you said,
it's not a matter of winning, but it's
if you went to the Angels right now and said, listen, you lose Trout for the last 5 years, but you make the playoffs every single year, what would they say? They don't make the playoffs in 10 years, man.
I get that. But I still think it's important for you to have players that kids can identify with and grow up with, and it's easier to build a fan base that way. If we have to have Velcro on the back of the jerseys because we've got to change the names, then it's also hard to build an identity as a club too at the same time. And by the way, it's also hard to get to the playoffs if you don't get enough of the Trouts of the world on your team.
They have to follow the Tampa Bay model, and the Tampa Bay model is the Velcro on the back of the jerseys, but they win every year. They win every year.
But they win nothing. They haven't won the title yet.
You wouldn't take them winning their record with the Marlins winning.
No. We have 2 titles. They have none. No. I'll take the Marlins. And
I'm saying in recent history, it's been 2003.
I know it's almost 20. Now we're
none
getting
of the kids even know what happened in '97 anymore. Like, no, they don't remember that. They weren't even born.
No, you're right. You're right.
Listen, Sandy Alcantara will be kept. So the second part of this is yes, Sandy Alcantara will be kept, but I don't want you to go a step further by saying they got to keep like 5 guys because I don't think that there are 5.
No, not 5, but I think you're going to need to keep 3 or 4.
It just
I think
depends.
you got to keep a pitcher and at least a couple bats, bro. You got
Jazz will be here, and Sandy will be here, and maybe some others, but they got to win. I mean, I don't think it matters who the players are. They need to win some games this year.
Okay.
They're finally, creeping in on 500, and then next year maybe they're creeping. Maybe they're making the playoffs next year, like that. Like that's got to happen. It's been 6. It'll be 6 years next year since the new ownership took over. They got to win.
I thought about you because what was it Mattingly said yesterday that Bruce told me, and I believe him, that I want to be buyers coming up to the deadline. And then I thought about you right away. I said, yeah, but Mitch doesn't feel they should be buyers, right? Is it really worth being buyers right
it's
now?
hard.
You know what I'm saying? And I looked at the standings, and you've got 4 teams in 3 games in front of you. In order to get that second wild card spot, you've got to skip 4 teams, and you're 3 games behind. And so it is quite a task. But damn, I will say this, Mission. I told you this last week. This is what I think they are, right around 500, just under 500.
Right.
So they're not underachieving, and they're not overachieving. I think they're doing a solid job right now for what they have.
That's fair. Listen, most of the predictions had them around 76, 77 wins, and they'll probably win a few more than that, or right on, or a few less. And they look. Listen, this is a hard conversation to have because I'm the one that wants them in the postseason. Trust me, it makes my life better. I mean, it makes all of our lives better when they're there. I guess the dynamic that I would wonder is that at what cost would they be chasing down this third wild card? Because I just wouldn't want them to sacrifice, not for 5 years down the line, but I'm just saying like for next year. Like I feel like
give up some kind of a high prospect for it. Yes.
Yeah, it's like they make a trade for something, and then all of a sudden, like they have the hardest schedule in all of Major League Baseball in August. So, like, I mean, this is something to keep in mind. They make these trades, and then boom, they get they play the Dodgers twice, Padres. Like it's gonna get tough, and them finishing 500 is an accomplishment, yes, but I just don't want to see them sacrifice something for next year that they could potentially have when I think they're very much going to be in a position to do better than they are this year. I mean, look, they're probably better than their record shown a little bit this year, but in the end, your record is your record, man. Like, I mean, you can't say what if. And I know that, some people haven't liked the comments that I've been making about Washington and them beating up on them. I mean, but
those are the facts, dude. I saw. You threw it to their 25% of their wins and all that.
30%,
30% of their wins. I saw that, but those are the facts.
Those are the facts. And the Washington, by the way, has not won a game since they faced Miami a few days ago. Like, I mean, it's just Washington is the worst team to me in the National League.
Yeah.
And the Marlins get credit for winning those games. Those count as wins, just like the early season games count as losses. But if we're talking about buying and we're talking about chasing a World Series or chasing a pennant, they've got to beat some good teams at some point to make you think that this is worth buying for, not just what your record is.
Right.
So I would be content with them adding a couple pieces and maybe hanging on to the guys that they have. But I would be a little scared if I knew they were giving up one of their top 10 or top 15 prospects to just chase down something that they may not get. And why that may not happen is because I've seen the first half of the season and they beat up on Washington and Colorado. Yes.
Yeah.
but they're going to have to beat the Mets and the Phillies and the Braves and the Dodgers. At some point, I know they beat Houston 2 out of 3, but at some point, show me that these teams that you're chasing,
right,
when you get to those head-to-head matchups in August and September, that you're going to be able to win those because I saw them in the first half. And I haven't seen them.
So how do we expect a team to be in the playoffs if they can't compete with playoff teams? Is what you're saying?
Very hard. Very
hard.
Yeah,
exactly.
They play the Mets now this weekend.
Yes.
And that will be a nice indication. Maybe they'll win 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4. and then that will, build some confidence. And they get Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Like, their schedule is not all that formidable in July, but the question that absolutely has to be asked if you are a Marlins fan is this fool's gold? Are we sure that their record right now is representative of what the team is? And if you think that they are, and the organization thinks that they are, far be it from me to tell them that they should. They watch them every day. So then go for it. Do whatever you think is necessary. But what I would tell you is I really do feel like they have some strong possibilities in the minors to bring up and even trade next year. And I do feel like this was unfortunately another sort of transitional year. Orlando, Derek Jeter is gone. Gary Denbo is gone. It's like they've had to, like, on the fly now do this again, like when they got rid of Mike Hill and brought in Kim Ng. It stinks that this keeps happening like this. But I do believe in the direction they're headed. I don't want to pour a bucket of cold water on the season at all. That's not it. Look, they even in the games that they've lost to the Padres, to the Phillies, very competitive games.
Yeah.
Orlando, you're watching the Marlins all 9 innings. What more can you ask for? You don't know if they're going to win or lose in the 9th inning. They're close games. That's an improvement over last year.
Oh, because the pitching is there, and
pitching is there every game. It's
the offense that's just not there yet.
The timely offense, and then it's funny, Orlando. All these people say, "Well, what if we would have won all those 1-run games?" Have they not been watching the last 3 weeks? I think they have more 1-run wins than any team in baseball. It's like it all evens out, man. It evens out in the end. There's no excuses. And the other thing you'll hear now, Orlando, is, "Oh my gosh, look how good we'd be if we had Jazz and Soler." I don't know about you. They just won 6 games in a row without them. It's baseball. I mean, these things happen. So let's see. Let's see what July brings. Let's see what August brings, and I'll be on top of it.
Listen, but if they are players and they are buyers, and let's also be grateful too, because at least they're willing to take some chances, and that's actually that shows you they're trying to win.
Yeah.
Now you hope in the process, like you said, that they're not making a trade of fool's gold, that they actually give up some serious prospects for a player that they're renting, and then they're losing, and then they lost a prospect in the way. But if it's a trade that isn't something that you're really losing big, but you are gaining on the field, at least that convinces me more that Sherman is committed to winning, because I kind of need to see that as a baseball fan too. I need to see that the owner is really committed to winning and really willing to spend, because I'm watching the hockey owners spend, not only spend, I was just talking with Anthony Chang earlier in the day on this, and I kind of picked on Mickey Arison a little bit, because there's always all this luxury tax talk, and this guy's a billionaire. And I'm like, why are they always so worried about paying a tax? I look at Stephen Ross, and he spends up to the cap, and he saves the tennis tournament, brings an F1 race, builds a new training facility. I look at the Panthers. They keep their young players around long term. They're building a new facility over by the War Memorial. They're investing more into the community, into everything. I look at the soccer team. Moss is a freaking maniac. They made all kinds of mistakes. But look at him. He's now acquiring the guy that was the MVP of the league last year. Now, this guy's not going to stop spending, and Messi will probably be here in a year or two. So I'm a little critical of Mickey. Like, you're always worried about this luxury tax and you're a billionaire. I need to see that this is a little bit of a hobby to you. Then I know I have the real owner for sports, because it cannot be a pure business.
No,
there has to be a hobby involved in here where you're willing to.
Of course, but it's a little bit of apples and oranges, because all of those teams, their fans go to the games, man. Like,
not the Panthers, not the Panthers.
Maybe
man.
not the Panthers.
Those people are building it up,
but they have a core group of people who live out west who are going to go win, lose, draw. They have kids.
Yeah, 8, 10, 12,000 go. Yeah, you're right.
And the Marlins have 2,000 season ticket holders. So.
But they don't spend. They haven't done that like these guys on a long term.
But they've spent, and the people still didn't even come before Bruce Sherman. So
that's flash in the pan spending. It's not. Remember what did we start this conversation with on Sandy? Right? Well, when I see Sandy be here, like Huberto and Barkov and Ekblad have been, which is like, what, 9 years now we're approaching that they've been here since they were babies, and they're going to sign long-term contracts now. Barkov already signed one. Hubie's going to sign one. Ekblad will sign one. So those guys will be here 14, 15 years when they're done here. They're showing me that long-term commitment. That's what I want from them.
Yeah, no, I understand. We just don't see it the same way. Like, I don't care which players are here and which are not. I would take, yes, you are correct. The Marlins have more championships than the Rays, 97 and 2003. But the full body of work of Tampa Bay versus Miami in the existence of both franchise, even though we've had some great players here, even though Miguel Cabrera is a Hall of Famer and Dontrelle Willis was fun and Josh Beckett was the MVP and Moises Alou and all of those players, the Rays every single season are going to the postseason on a very limited payroll with players you don't know. And honestly, I'm good with that.
I'm not because if you're going to have Moneyball, spend some money. And that's what Theo Epstein said. How Oakland, Tampa, yeah, nice job. You know what? I'm going to take a page from that and I'm going to add money to Moneyball and then we're going to go win. Because it's baseball. You got to spend money, dude. You know what I mean?
So you're using the Cubs as an example?
I'm using Theo Epstein saying
Theo Epstein.
I'm getting your philosophy and I'm adding money to it.
So what did Theo Epstein do in Chicago?
No, I'm saying Chicago, he won a title, and in Boston, he won a title.
One.
He did 200 years of losing.
One with the biggest payroll in baseball. One.
200 years of losing, bro. 100 in each
one
team.
championship. One championship.
One more than 100 years they're able to produce. Obviously, something's wrong in the waters in Chicago.
Listen, you could spend all the money you want, but if you don't win championships, it doesn't matter how much money you spend, man.
Okay.
And I would tell you that listen, first of all, Theo Epstein, one of the best to ever do it. Okay. Hall of Famer. No question for his craft.
But we're going Dombrowski
but
first,
for the
right? In my 55 years on this earth, it's Dombrowski number one in my existence, right?
I mean, Philly's not going great, but for the tear down,
overall,
for the tear down and the buildup of the Cubs, I think I would look at it and say, because they didn't win for 100 years, it was a success story. Yes.
Right.
But they did not have as much success as most people thought that they should have in that window that they had to win.
Totally.
They did not. It's just, I mean, that's just a fact.
You're right. You're 1,000%. It's like the Seattle Seahawks. Same shit. Legion of Boom, all that. You had the other championship, but you didn't get it. You should have gotten the second one. Maybe you should have gotten a third, as good as that team was.
And
You're right.
Went to 7 games with Cleveland and almost lost in that World Series too. It takes nothing away from their accomplishment, but if the Cubs were the White Sox, it would be a different conversation. It's just that the Cubs hadn't won for so long, and he ended up winning, and then people were just satisfied with that.
Listen,
Orlando,
he ends the drought in Boston, then he goes to Chicago and ends the drought.
No question. But look at Houston, Orlando. Every year the Astros are in it.
Yeah.
Cheating, not cheating, prospects, no prospects, Verlander, no Springer. It doesn't matter who they have. They're winning every year. They're the favorite again. I mean, it's and by the way, yes, they spend more than most teams. Yes, but from the Dominican Republic, Yordan Alvarez, or from Cuba. They find these guys, they come up. They're like, how are they going to replace Carlos Correa, who signs a $300 million deal, whatever it was with Minnesota? Oh, we'll just call up this prospect, Jeremy Pena. He's one of the best shortstops in the American League. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's impressive. I want our Marlins to get there. Bruce, please get us there. Get us there, man. All right. What are you working on Swings and Mishes, Sports Grid, Miami Herald, the 87 outlets that you work for?
Lemonade stands, right? Let's see. So Sports Grid every day, 11 to 12 a.m. and then 2 to 3. And then next week, I will be going to Los Angeles and going to the draft in LA, probably going to the Futures game as well. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm credentialed and getting tickets, taking my family to this too. My son is a big baseball fan, so we thought this would be a nice present for him. I personally have not flown anywhere since the pandemic, and neither has he. So time to do this for him. and enjoy that along with I think my wife and my daughter are going to come as well. So I'll be out there for all those fun festivities, Home Run Derby, All-Star Game.
So you'll be at the Home Run Derby, and the wife will be at Rodeo Drive spending all your money.
You know what? You know exactly right. She's not going to the Home Run Derby. But
of course not. Why would she? She's in LA, bro.
But the All-Star Game, she wants to go. She wants to go. So we're going to get tickets for the All-Star Game for her and my daughter and my son and me. And for the Derby, it's just going to be me and my son. But last All-Star Game I went to was Cincinnati in 15, I think. So this has been a while for me too. So I'm looking forward to it. And again, we've been like on the super careful side probably the last few years. So it's time for us to get back out and have some fun and do something.
Have some fun with the delay flights. Yes, sir. All right.
We got a direct. We have direct both ways. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I had a direct to Vegas and I still had a 2-hour delay. So just get ready, bro. Just make sure you go with the anticipation that you are going to get delayed. I hope you don't. But, like Anthony Chang had no delays flying out to Vegas. I had a 2-hour delay and set me all back. Anyway, follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. Catch him at like 87 different outlets. You'll see it there. As always, Sports Grid. Swings and Mishes, by the way, for you Marlins fans. Why don't you subscribe to that? Excellent podcast, as always, and catch him in the Miami Herald. Mish, as always, we'll catch up next week, my friend. Appreciate
all right,
you.
Have a great week.
You got it. There you go. That is the Batter's Box, the Welt and Rayom Batter's Box with Craig Mish.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
All right. We thank Mr. Craig Mish. We also thank Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines. From one Craig to another Craig. Craig Mish to Craig Zinn. Yes, sir. The dealership that has been proudly supporting us for over 12 years now, and for 14 straight years now. They are celebrating their anniversary. Yeah, baby, 14 years in the business and 12 straight years. They've been the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States, folks. So get on down to 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Find out why we've had already 3 Acuras in our family. The 2023 Integra is in, and it is $369 a month. We've got 2022 ins like the TLX technology package, $479 a month. We've got certified pre-owned vehicles, financing as low as 0.99%, RDX, MDX, ILX, TLX. So check it out. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Finest dealership in the business, baby. It is Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. We are awaiting David Dwork, but don't know where he's at. Has David popped in yet? Do we know? Give him a heads up. Let's see if we get the Dworkster on, and we'll talk a little hockey with him. Anyway, Cap for Life says this guy Craig is blind, bro. Chicago was nothing until Theo and Madden got there. I think what he was meaning, this fly's killing me, bro. Killing me. I'm dying to kill this thing. Anyway, he's right. Craig is right. In theory, that you expected more from that Cubs team. I thought they would win more than just one championship. Shows you how hard it is for those teams that do win multiple championships, that they're able to do it. Anyway, so James Caan passed away. He did? Oh, I didn't know that. Love James Caan. Hell of an actor. But he was in his 80s already, right? Listen, I don't want anybody to die. I don't look forward to any. But once you're like into your 80s, right? Because I'm 55. How old is he? He's either super late 70s to early 80s, right? I gotta say, let me see. But it looks like he got a great life in, man. I mean, 82 years old. You're good. You're good. I'll take 82, man. If I can hit the 80s, that guy up there, he looked out for me. He gave me the 80. I'm good, man. It's a hell of a life. Can I be deadly blunt with you all out there? Okay. Once I get to the point that I can't clean myself anymore when I go to the bathroom, I'm good with checking out already at that point. I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't know what age that is. 75, 85, 95, 105. But whenever that age gets there, that I'm no longer being able to maintain myself, then we're good. Time to check out. 82 is good. I'll take 82 every day of the week. It's pretty good. Rest in peace, James Caan. Thank you, sir, for your amazing work. Holy crap. What a career, James Caan. Bless that man. A ton of entertainment from James Caan. Badass actor, man. Cool, right? That was the other thing about James. James Caan was cool. Wow. All right. You got me with that one. Brian's song. Yep, that's right. El Dorado with John Wayne. You need chopsticks, Big O. Oh, catch the fly. Yeah, guy. Let's catch the fly with the chopstickies. Damn Sonny from Godfather. Yep, that's right. Big O, you mean woman up there? Woman, man, whatever the higher power is up there. I'm good. I wish I could go to concerts as often as Big O. You just got to get up and go, Ron. Come on, you can do it. Ron, don't allow anybody to tell you you can't do it. Okay? Find a way to make it happen. If going to more concerts makes you happy, Ron, then do it, my friend. Do it. Life is short. You only get to enjoy it one time around. Regrets are not something you want to live with. What if I did this? What if I did that? That's the beauty of failure. A lot of people don't see the beauty in failure, but there is a beauty to failure because failure adds finality to things. Hey, I tried it. I wasn't good at it, but I tried it. Now I don't regret it. Hey, I went there and saw this, but if I didn't go, I live with that regret the entire time. You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with failure at times. Failure kind of clarifies things. It opens it up and allows you to succeed in other areas and enjoy other things. One of the sayings that I have in life is that success is fed off of failure. Michael Jordan did become Michael Jordan, but he did get cut from the junior varsity team. Well, that's how Michael Jordan is made, by getting cut. See what I'm saying? Steve Jobs, I think he was a high school dropout, right? But it didn't stop him from being what he ended up becoming, right? I mean, you got to overcome all kinds of things in life. And that's everybody. The guy that became president or the woman that becomes president or governor or senator, they lost council race seats. They lost Senate seats. They lost whatever, class presidency. But the failures are the building blocks to success. You fall off the bike, you stay on the bike. You fall off the skis, you stay on the skis. But what you don't want is to live with regrets. That's what you never want. You never want to live with, I should have done this. I should have done that. Go out and do it. Don't live with the fact that you didn't try. Failing is not bad, or not being able to do something is not bad, but at least you tried. All right, let's rock and roll. David Dwork is ready to go. He is on the ice. Yes, sir. Our A. Lenny Locksmith lockdown segment. That's next.
Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider David Dwork. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's WPLG Local 10 insider David Dwork.
All right, there he is, David Dwork. How are you doing, my friend? You doing good?
All good, Big O. How you doing, brother?
Very good. Can't complain. Just I was talking to Craig Mish, and I asked him about Sandy because you watch him go on the mound every 5 days, and it's just a marvel to watch what he's doing. So I asked him, is he a guy that's going to finish his career here? And for Craig, it was more of a cold thing of, I just want him to win. I don't care who's here, who stays, who goes. And I disagree with that. I think every team needs identities, and kids need to grow up with players and identify with them. And one of the examples I used, I think is great, is the Panthers. The Heat are so far ahead of the game right now, and the Dolphins, that those are terrible comparisons for the Marlins. But the Panthers are an exemplary example. Why? Because we've watched the Barkov, Huberdeau, and Ekblad commitment from the second they drafted them. They're what, 7, 8, 9 years in this team already, right?
Yeah.
From minors through, right? Something like crazy like that. And they're all signing extensions. So it looks like they'll be here for 14, 15, 16 years, right? So we're going to see their names on the rafters and all that kind of stuff. And so now there's a generation of kids that grew up with Barkov, Huberdeau, and Ekblad. And then I watched the owners also make the commitment, not just on the ice, but off the ice with what they're doing at War Memorial, because they're trying to weave hockey into the fabric of our community. And they're doing it by keeping the players around, by trying to win, by trying to build a product, by trying to create a practice facility where people can go skate and they can go watch the players skate and all kinds of stuff. So there's all kinds of synergy. For me, I think it's really important. We don't give Viola and Sifu enough credit for building the foundation that they're building right now. Ultimately, it comes down to the cold and callous ways of Craig Mish. You got to win. I get all of that. Stephen Ross is a great owner. He saves the F1. He brings the F1 race, saves the tennis tournament, builds a new practice facility, puts hundreds of millions of dollars into the stadium. He's as great an owner as it gets. The only thing is he doesn't get the great label. Why? Because they haven't won anything yet, right? So ultimately, I know that that's the cold place we got to go to, but I still think that building a foundation is important. And that's where I commend the Panthers, that they've done a phenomenal job of building a foundation of connecting themselves with the community.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a perfect storm of right thing, right time for the Panthers, because when you talk about what they're doing in the community, building up the Fort Lauderdale facility and really focusing on the outreach and getting hockey to not just different ages, but different parts of town. That's something that, it could have been done anytime. It's not like it's a new concept. It could have been done 15, 20 years ago. I think when I say perfect storm, I'm saying they're doing that at the same time. As you mentioned, they've got these foundational guys. They've got these build-on guys, the Ekblad, the Huberdeau, the Barkov, and it's all kind of coming together. Because even if they would have tried it, in the last decade, when you're trying to build around guys like, who are the guys like Nathan Horton, Stephen Weiss, Jay Bouwmeester, those were the franchise guys back then, but none of them got to the level Barkov, Huberdeau, and Bouwmeester and Ekblad, perhaps because Bouwmeester had a great career. But you see what I'm saying, right? It's this great ownership group owning the team at the right time, the players they're investing in are paying off big time. And, it's finally like, what else can you say? I mean, and back to Mish's point, the wins are there too.
Right.
It's about
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Exactly. Because they are now getting into the playoffs. They got past the first round, which has been a terror for this team since
They're building.
'96. Right. They're building. So let's hope that they make that next progress. The Everblades now are going to be their minor league team. And I've never gone for a minor league hockey game there. I have gone for a couple concerts because I think it's the Hertz Arena. I want to say it's called. I'm not exactly sure.
I always just say Estero.
Right. It's in Estero, right? Or Estro or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Is it Estro or is it Estero?
I've been saying Estero, but I could be wrong. I mean, I always figured it was like one of those Caribbean type things.
Yeah. It's a cool little arena. Have you ever been to the arena?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it is Hertz Arena. You were right on that.
It is.
Okay.
It
is. Yeah, I've been there a few times. I went to a Panthers development camp a few years back, that they had a little tournament that they had there, and I've been to one Everblades game. I love those small minor league type buildings just because it's kind of like minor league baseball, where you no matter where you're sitting, you feel like you're right on top of the action. It's a different environment than it is in a giant arena. So it's a really cool thing, and getting their affiliation with the Everblades, I think that's awesome because now you're giving Panther fans a reason, a legitimate, tangible reason to cross I-75 and drive over to Estero or whatever it is,
right,
and go to a game, and you can see Panthers property. It's something that you wonder, just kind of like what we were just saying. Why is this taking so long to get this kind of affiliation together? So it's a great thing.
So that was going to be my question. That's my follow-up is they've done this back and forth where they bounce around to different affiliates and they've been this affiliate before. So why not keep it right there when it's so convenient that, dude, it's a 2-hour drive from your arena to that arena. Why would you want to move it to any other city up north where your prospects are so much farther away? And this is super simple now. What is it about the system that forces them to move around like they have over the years?
Yeah, that's honestly a question that's above my pay grade. I know that
that's your homework for next
right?
week.
No, there are some teams that have kept the same affiliates for years and years and years, and there's just as many that bounce around to different affiliates. And I mean, we've seen it with the Panthers in the AHL, like they were San Antonio, they were Springfield, they were Portland at one point. Charlotte, they shared with Syracuse. So in the ECHL, I mean, they were in Cincinnati. Now they're going down to Estero again. Hopefully it's something that they can sustain for a while. Like, again, as you said, I got to go do some homework and figure out why this happens. But hopefully whatever it causes it and whatever has caused them to move around so much, maybe they can find a home here. Because there's a lot of reasons beyond just the stability that you'd want to keep your roots here. It's
got to be cheaper,
profitable for both sides.
It's got to be cheaper, right? I can just send a car to go pick up a player and come back instead of a plane.
Yeah, well, you're not going to see like a guy jump up from the ECHL to the NHL. That would be pretty substantial. It's not like in baseball where like you could see somebody pop up from AA or AAA. It's a little bit wider of a gap in terms of the quality of play.
It's like low A baseball or something, right? Is what it is.
Yeah, well, it's like the first step. Like it's a pro league. It's a pro league in North America, which is awesome. But it's like, if you're talking about grade levels, there's the NHL, there's the AHL, and then there's the ECHL, and that's kind of the process that goes. Now, a lot of times a young talent is good enough that they'll pop him right in the AHL because they want to get him as ready as quickly as possible. But the ECHL, I mean, the Panthers have had guys that have Mackenzie Weegar played in the ECHL, Mason Marchment played in the ECHL, Chris Streeter played in the ECHL. Bill Zito named a bunch of guys yesterday during his press conference. So it's certainly beneficial, and having that pipeline be that much shorter, that if you want a guy to come talk to your NHL coach, if you want him to get coached up or look at some video or whatever at the NHL quality, he's a hour plus car ride away.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm saying, remember years ago they had that goalie issue a couple of years back. Well, you could have called your ECHL guy over to just fill in or something like that. for something like. By the way, speaking of Mason Marchment, our thoughts and prayers to the Marchment family and Mason, because he just lost his dad Brian at 53 years old, really young age. That I think he played 17 years in the league or something like that. Tough times right now in the Marchment family.
Yeah, heartbreaking. I mean, Brian Marchment was, as you said, he was in the NHL for decades. He's since retiring. He's been trying to work his way up on the executive side. He's been a scout with the Sharks. I was in San Jose last year with Mason, his first time back there, and just talking about going to games with his dad, watching him play. And, like you get a sense there's a lot of hockey families that, I just stay in the game for a while. And that they were close, and it's just devastating. And for it to happen at a time where everybody's coming together at the draft, and it's usually, a happy festive time where you see colleagues and you see friends and everybody's coming together. It's devastating. It's heartbreaking. It kills me. My heart bleeds for the Marchment family. I can commiserate with them. I know what they're going through.
I lost my dad at 51, bro. So he lost his dad at 53, and it's just what I'm 55. I've already outlived my dad by 4 years. It's like ridiculous that I lost my dad at 51 years old, man.
It's
just like, wow. It's just, you never recover from. I mean, whenever you lose somebody you love, you're forced to adjust to it. You never recover from it because it's just one of those things that is in your mind. And you just got to compartmentalize it for the rest of your life. To go around the league, by the way, we have Chris Greer here in town running the Miami Dolphins. And now we have his brother running the San Jose Sharks. So your thoughts on that? Because he was a hell of a player, by the way, and he's done what you were just talking about with Brian. He's kind of climbed up on the executive side of it. So, and remember, Chris Greer's dad was a personnel guy with the Patriots. So we're talking about a very athletic family and a very professional sports inclined family.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. The Greer family. I would love to be a fly on the wall for their Thanksgiving table discussions, just to hear kind of the stories that they're talking about just from what's happened in the last year for them. But yeah, I mean, it's awesome just seeing Mike Greer. I mean, obviously he's worked his ass off to get there. As like being handpicked to help build the Rangers up to what they were. We saw how great the Rangers.
They're really good, bro. They're really good.
He played a big part in that. So to see him go back to San Jose, a place where he had some very successful years in his career, and I mean, obviously, bigger picture, to finally have a Black NHL general manager to break through that wall, something that was a long time coming. That's a great thing as well. You're seeing the NHL get much more inclusive. Well, different teams are. I mean, like with Seattle, like they've hired multiple women to their front office, which is a great thing. So it's just in terms of that, I love to see the progress. And perhaps nobody more deserving than Mike Greer, just for the hard work that he's put in. I mean, just putting his playing career aside, he's busted his ass.
And he was a hell of a player, by the way. He was a hell of a player too. Okay.
He was one of those glue guys. Like, he'd put up your 15, 20 goal season. He had a couple of good years, but he was also a hard checker. He was one of those like grits and gravy kind of guys that you love to have in your bench.
Good player,
very popular.
Good player for a long time.
Yeah.
Consistent player, guy that you wanted on your team in your rotation.
Yeah.
Not a
star. You see, like he wore letters throughout his career. Like he was, he was respected.
Yeah.
And it's obviously it's carried over into his post-playing career.
Yeah. There's a thing about the way all these Greers carry themselves. You know what I mean? And it's obviously started with the old man.
Yeah.
And so you see the way the Sons have carried themselves. They're just impeccable human beings. And then not only that, obviously they must have an eye for talent to do what they're doing now at this level. So it's I thought it was really, really cool. By the way, I if I was home, I would have whipped it out for this segment because I have the jersey, one of my favorites of all time, the Orlando Solar Bears.
Oh, you have one?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Beautiful. Awesome.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, when I saw that there was an Orlando Solar Bears, I wanted to go to the game and I wanted to buy a jersey. Because I saw that logo and I said, that's the coolest logo on the effing planet. It's a solar bear with sunglasses and it's just badass, dude. I have that. I have that jersey and I have it happily in my closet. And it's one of those that I whip out once every 4 or 5 years or something. I'll whip it out and go out somewhere with it. And people are like, is that real? Like most people they think it's a joke. They think it's a Disney World thing. Yes.
They don't know.
Oh, you got that? Did you get that on Disney? What's that called? The
Mighty Ducks?
No, the area where they sell where Planet
the
Hollywood.
Wide World of Sports?
Yeah, no, not Wide World of Sports, where Planet Hollywood is at and all that other that whole Disney Village. Yeah, where they have all those
downtown Disney. Now it's Disney.
Yeah, the
Springs.
downtown Disney.
Yeah.
You have no idea how many people told me, that is
Look,
that's
you're
cool.
wearing it at Disney, of course. Dude.
You got that in downtown Disney? I'm like, no, dude, this is like
even though it's in Orlando.
Yes, it's a real hockey team. It's a minor league hockey team.
Oh, man, I actually saw the Solar Bears play at the old Orlando Arena back in the day, back when it was like Pat Neaton and Alan Bester on those teams.
This was like 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
No, there's a team now. They came back.
Yeah, no, I know, but this is what I'm talking about is like 15, 20 years ago already, right?
No, that's for sure, man. It was fun. And they had a good team. I think they won the Kelly Cup one year back then.
Oh, they did? Okay.
I think. I could be wrong, but that
that's why you
I'm going back to when I was
that's
like 13,
why you are
14
who
years
you
old.
are, bro. You know those kind of things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's still one of my favorite logos of all time.
Yeah,
the
man.
Orlando Solar Bears.
It's awesome.
Those things are just absolutely awesome. All right, what do you got going on? Chirping the Cats, Local 10. What are you working on? What are you trying to unearth for us on Panther News?
Yeah, I mean, I'm staying as plugged in as I can right now. I was planning on going to the draft due to some family emergencies that have come up. I'm not going, but I'm still staying pretty well plugged in. And yeah, there's a lot to keep track of, whether it's, what's going on in terms of negotiations with Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar, which those negotiations are very preliminary stage, but they have started the discussions. Claude Giroux is a name that we're keeping track of. Is Patrick Hornquist going to get traded? Are they going to try to move up in the draft? The first round is tonight, 2 through 7's tomorrow, and already we're seeing, Chris Letang signed a deal. There's been talk about Marc-Andre Fleury perhaps staying in Minnesota, but nothing's for sure yet. We're seeing that Darcy Kemper's leaving Colorado. They just traded for Alex Georgiev from the Rangers. So, I mean, and this is just, we're just squeaking out of the box here. We're just getting started. So, there's a lot fun going on. In terms of the podcast, I put one out in the last few days, just kind of catching up and giving my take on the Paul Maurice signing, the Roberto Luongo Hall of Fame news, and a few, some of the things that I just mentioned that are going on. And it's right now, it's just the fun part, right? This is where, all the hard work and all the anguish going through all year of churning out stories and talking to people. And, this is where it's fun, where your free agency and the draft is going on and you're hearing rumors. And, this is where it's like hard to separate yourself from being a fan. And you have to remember, nope, I'm working here, but it's great. Like, this is what it's all about.
That's right. Damn right. That's what it's all about. And of course, A. Lenny Locksmith, by the way, 24-hour locksmith. So if you're locked out of your car, locked out of your home, if you need to reprogram that car key, they do it all throughout South Florida. I don't care if you're in Miami or in Coral Gables or you're up in Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale or Port St. Lucie. The folks at A. Lenny Locksmith have got you covered all throughout South Florida. Our friends that are Orlando Solar Bear fans, we can take care of you in Orlando and in Tampa. So check it out. We've got locations there and also in Phoenix, Arizona for you Coyotes fans out there. We can take care of you out there. 1-855-869-5625 for alennylocksmith.com. You can go to the Twitter page at A. Lenny Locksmith. David, as always, thank you, my friend. Follow him on Twitter at David Dwork. You are the best. We'll catch up next week.
Have fun in Vegas.
Always. Good.
See ya.
You got it. There you go. That's your lockdown segment.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
All right. By the way, Welton Rail, a proud sponsor of our program. 954-966-4646 if you're looking for the law office that knows how to take on the insurance companies. So if you got an insurance company, home, auto, whatever, life, they're giving you the runaround, they're not treating you fairly, you need the law office that brings them to their knees. Welt and Rayom. Trust me, I saw it for myself. I saw it firsthand. You dealing with bankruptcy? Call Welt and Rayom. You got condo damage? You call Welt and Rayom. Criminal defense? You call Welt and Rayom. Business owner claims? Welt and Rayom. Commercial litigation? Welt and Rayom. Personal injury? Welt and Rayom. 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. Let's see. The segment where Marcel finally dropped an F-bomb and Big O's reaction was the highlight of the show. There you go. I personally thought it was the talk of the Orlando Solar Bears. I don't know about you, but, I'm just saying. It is a cool effing logo. I mean, I love the logo. It's awesome. We also do something on the show when sports and business collide. Well, we like doing a little something called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business.
You should see Sean when I'm by myself, which you probably do. It's all over the place. Colin Kaepernick is back in the news. So Colin Kaepernick has been, I guess piss poor in managing his quarterback career, right? Because obviously he doesn't have one, and he really didn't know how to go about it. Well, maybe we can question him as a businessman too. Former NFL quarterback won't be helping keep Ice Cube's Big Three in operation, despite previous reports. A representative told The Athletic on Thursday Kaepernick was reported to be investing in the 3-on-3 basketball league, which was on the verge of potentially shutting down, according to The Athletic's Sham Sharani on Wednesday. The news comes as Kaepernick is working towards an NFL comeback. So, the former San Francisco quarterback, who has not appeared in an NFL game since 2016, the same year he began kneeling during the national anthem, well, guess what? He says, I don't want to speak for everybody in that kind of sense. I don't want somebody mad at me for saying I think it would be great, but I know him and I would get along great, Carr said. I know we have a past, and I think we would again. I think for the most part, I think he'd get along great with our guys. And he's talking about Derek Carr, about Kaepernick, because he worked out for the Raiders, right? So, as for the Big Three, founded by Ice Cube entertainment executive Jeff whatever in 2017, the league consists of 12 teams, which competes in an 8-week season before advancing to the playoffs. The Big Three also has an all-star weekend. Hall of Famer Clyde Drexler serves as the Big Three commissioner. The league also features a number of former players: Mario Chalmers, Ricky Davis, Josh Powell, Katino Mobley, Amir Johnson, and Joe Johnson. So, the rumor was that he was going to invest, and I was going to say, yeah, it's not a smart thing. But guess what? Cap looks like he got a little momentum and said, no, wait a minute. So for those of you that thought he was going to invest, which would have been a terrible decision, you can question, listen, I was negative about the Big Three from the get-go. Why would you want to go see a bunch of old retired NBA players that are all effed up and old at this point? Slow, they can't play like they used to. It made no sense to me. I don't even know how it lasted this long, to be quite honest. I don't even know how some of you went to this shit. I put it on once or twice, I think it was, and I said, yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need to see. I saw Mario Chalmers play at his best with the Heat in Kentucky. Why do I want to see him play now? You remember the first year it happened? Jason Williams, white chocolate, blew out a knee ligament. and somebody else also. And it was like, it was a joke. And I like Ice Cube. Nothing against the Cube, man. I enjoy his music. He's done a marvelous job, going into acting and everything else on the business side. But the big three, that's a joke. Who the hell wants to watch that shit? So Colin Kaepernick, it looked pretty shady at first, but I got to give you credit in the end. You're not going to be a quarterback ever. You're not going to have an NFL career. That's over. That shit is done. You can keep selling that bullshit to other people, but I got to give you credit. Stay with your money. You definitely don't want to give it to the big three. Enjoy that Nike money, kid. You ain't getting any quarterback money, that's for sure. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Thank you all out there as always for keeping it locked here on the program. Let me see something here. Second. No, there was let me see. What do we have here? Okay, somebody was asking me about Darren Sharper. I said he was in jail. He said his mother, a teacher here in Richmond, father, a principal. Yeah. Well, he clearly didn't learn from them, that's for sure. Good morning, Big O. Ronald Hubbard checking in from Detroit metro area. Will you be going to any road games this year, like possibly the one here in Detroit? I'm a huge fan of the show. Smash the like button, folks. Thank you. Smash the like button. No, we don't plan on doing any road shows this year. At least that's the plan. That's not to say that, something could come up and some sponsor wants to take us somewhere and maybe we do something. But at the moment, sir, the only plan, and Sean, again, I got to clear this by you. I don't know if you're all right with this, but the only plan for going to a road game this year is the Super Bowl in Arizona when the Dolphins kick whoever's ass shows up in the NFC. Are you all right with that, Sean? Can we go to that road trip? Are you good with that? Okay, Sean gave me 1 thumbs up. Usually it's 2 when he's really excited, but he gave me 1 because he's like, yeah, sure, why not? Why not the Super Bowl? Sure, that kind of stuff. So really, at this point, the only road game we plan to cover is the Super Bowl in February for the Miami Dolphins when they win their 3rd title and Tua takes them to the promised land. That's the only one. So if you plan on going to Arizona and meet us there in Phoenix, then we can hook up. Okay. I got to tell you something. Even if I can't get in the stadium, if I'm a fan, I'm so crazy about the Dolphins that I would go to the city that the Super Bowl is at, wherever they're at, just to be as close as possible to the team when they want it. That's it. Just for that. It's going to happen one day, folks. It'll be this February, but I don't want to ruin it for you all. And then you tell me, oh, you ruined the surprise for me. You already told me that we were going to the, I want some of you to be actually surprised that they're going to the Super Bowl. Me, I'll just be sitting back going, yeah, I knew it. I mean, it's Tua. Of course they're going to the Super Bowl. So that's how we'll do it. Boy, you guys are talking a lot of old baseball stuff there on the chat board. You guys sound like a whole bunch of old guys. Let's see. What else do we have here? Orlando, you just made my day preaching those truths, man. Thank you, Fuhencio. F. Fitzgerald wrote, if you show me a hero, I will write you a tragedy. It's because of failure that we are emancipated. Better hitter, man, than Ichiro Suzuki special. Ichiro, Pete Rose, Edgar Martinez, Tony Gwynn, Ted Williams. There are some, Barry Bonds was a great hitter before the steroids. There's a lot of them, and we can argue and have some fun with it and all that kind of stuff. Ichiro obviously could easily be called that, or Pete Rose or whatever, for sure. But I mean, who's to say that you can't put Ted Williams in the same conversation? A guy that hit 400, it's amazing. Ted Williams was so good that you knew he could do all the power stuff and everything, but he'd lay down that bunt if he had to also. He would sacrifice that for his team. All right. Let's wrap it up here on the show. Let's thank Anthony Chang, Matt Verderam, Marcel Louis-Jacques, David Dwork, Craig Mish. An absolutely loaded show. Ton of things, ton of people to talk to. And obviously, we thank all of you for tuning in and keeping it locked here. Appreciate you all out there, as always. We appreciate Sean Stanley, the man that masters this program every single day. Without him, we would be a rudderless ship. I have nothing but love and admiration and appreciate everything that man does every day for our show. So we thank Sean. Make sure you support him also doing his wrestling shows too. When's the next wrestling show there, Sean? When is it? Today, tomorrow, next week? It's not. Well, it's definitely not tonight because you're traveling tonight.
Yeah, it's not tonight. I got to be at the airport in an hour. So, I don't know yet. We'll have to see how the Vegas thing goes. I don't know. We'll pop up and do something maybe.
All right. Well, get the hell to the airport. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same.
So.
Huh? You still have to pack?
Yeah.
What a madman. All right, let's get out of here so he can pack and he can get here sometime. We'll see you all tomorrow. Much love out there. Thank you all for supporting us. Be good.
This is the Big O Show.